times there's a lot of vegetation that's dry. I know it's supposed to be the rainy season, but have they had a lot of rain?
They haven't had a lot of rain. In fact, LA is down for their season. But here's another interesting fact. You think about the atmospheric rivers that have come through for the past several years.
Right. A lot of rain, yeah.
A ton of rain. They did great for about 3 years or so. But all of that led to further vegetation growth. So you have layer upon layer, year after year, that has dried out. And if you don't dry or clear all of that out, and how can you? It's so much.
Right.
Then once a fire goes up, it all burns. And you've got layer upon layer.
Okay. How long do these Santa Ana winds blow?
They could blow, well, in this case, we're going to see them, they start to relax a little bit, but it's not until that pressure gradient we were just talking about starts to relax. And when that happens, the storm system that's over Arizona starts to kick in and move to Texas. And we're watching that go through the end of the week. That's going to be the snowstorm, believe it or not. It's all connected. That's going to be part of the snowstorm that we're dealing with over the southern states and the southeast that eventually will make it to the northeast. So until that area of low pressure starts to move out completely, we're going to be dealing with some strong winds.
All right, so I didn't even realize that this is all part of something much bigger.
Bigger picture, and it's a coast-to-coast storm, if you will, when you think about it. That storm is bringing snow and will bring snow to portions of Dallas, Fort Worth, places that haven't seen it in quite some time, and then eventually to the mid-Atlantic.
So with this system going through, what is the risk that we'll have on a week or two? More Santa Ana winds and something like this again?
Yeah, I mean, it's there. This is the time of year that happens. Anytime. The atmosphere is fluid, right? So you're always having storms dropping in from the north. And as long as that storm track takes those storms far south, there's a good chance we could have Santa Ana winds again. California no longer has a fire season. And when I lived and worked out there, it was a big part of the conversation. It is year-round now. Basically, it used to be October, November, December, but now it's pretty much year-round. And as long as you have a storm that drops in from the north, sets up over Arizona, you've got a good chance of having those Santa Ana winds.
We've had a lot of fires and devastation. I remember Paradise, more than Northern California, burned to the ground, right, a couple of years ago. What do you think is more in jeopardy in California as we move forward, the south or the north?
That's a tough question. I think that when you take a look at the amount of vegetation that has grown in Northern California with the amount of atmospheric rivers, it's going to be tough. It kind of depends season to season. A scary thing that I worry about, spent 20 years in California from north to south and central, you get these wildfires, then you do get the rainy season, and all of that is a burn scar area. Then you deal with mud flows, debris flows.
So you have all this charred land, which is going to be the case here in Southern California. Then you have the risk of the next possible devastation.
Which would be possible flooding, debris flows, mudslides, which we saw in Montecito. It happens year after year.
So what are they...
It'll take
How do you stop this cycle?
You can't. It's going to take 4 to 5 years to get the vegetation back in the areas that burn before you can actually have the ground absorb the water that falls. But in that time, how many atmospheric rivers come through? How many storms come through? And it's tough with things changing so much. You know, it's a hard call. Season to season, every season is going to be completely different. I think the main key that you really have to watch, though, is when we have these offshore winds, no matter whether you're Northern California or Southern Central, is watching to make sure that no sparks start a fire. Because the big windstorm that we had back in 2011, there were no wildfires. People were very cautious. Nothing burned up. It just takes one flame.
Isn't that what happened in Maui?
Exactly, yeah. And exactly, and we had a pressure gradient in Maui as well from a hurricane that's down to the south falling apart, high pressure to the north. The pressure gradient between the two is basically what happened in Hawaii. And you think about Lahaina, that side of the island, it doesn't get all of the strong moisture from because of the storm track. The storm track is hitting the other side of the mountain and the islands, and those are the lush parts of the island. The other side that doesn't get it because of the rain shadow effect, because it's all wrung out on one side of the island, is dry. So that's the chain that what you deal with across Hawaii. Part of the island is super lush. The other part is just completely arid and dry.
So people who live in California now, seeing this over and over again in the last several years, what do they have to do?
You know, I think lessons learned, you have to be ready to evacuate.
In an instant?
In an instant. And I've covered these fires before where I've been with the sheriff's department and you're knocking on doors and you're telling people you have to go now. You have to have a plan. If you're at work and a fire erupts, who's going to pick up your kids if you're not allowed back into the neighborhood? Who's going to pick up your pets if you can't go back? You have to have all of your documentation in some sort of fire safeguard that you can pick up and take with you.
A to-go bag, your photos, your personal,
Absolutely.
everything you need, you must have.
You have to have it. It's part of a way of life out there. And if you have to evacuate, I always tell people if you don't have the bag, grab the laundry basket. Hopefully you've got that full of clothes. You can take that with you. At least you have something to get you through until you can get back to see if your home is still there.
What a nightmare for all these people.
It's terrifying, and it's such a beautiful state, and there's so much that goes on, and I worry. It's just something that it's a part of living out there, just like earthquakes. Wildfires and floods are now part of living out there.
Craig Herrera, meteorologist on Fox Weather. You can watch him Monday through Friday with his co-host Britta Merwin, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Craig, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Do you have a special needs child or an older adult in your home? The risk of them leaving the house unnoticed is real and terrifying, but you can protect your loved ones with Vivint Home Security. Right now, Vivint is offering a free doorbell camera with any new plan, plus free installation and low monthly monitoring plans. Call 800-953-6693. That's 800-953-6693. Monthly service agreement required for free installation.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Your Penn State Nittany Lions are in the Orange Bowl. Coverage starts tonight at 7 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, January 9th, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Several wildfires continue to burn in Southern California, encroaching further into several towns in the Los Angeles area. High winds only worsening the situation. Malibu City Council member Halen Conrad saying the city needs a hand in the disaster response.
We really need help from the government. We need help from the agencies that govern us. We can't do it alone, in my opinion. I'm, again, new to this, but I've been here for, 17 years. I'm raising 2 teenagers here.
Evacuations have been ordered around the area. Governor Gavin Newsom declaring a state of emergency. At least 5 are dead. Over 1,000 structures burned. And FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell telling Fox News President Biden has approved an emergency declaration for California.
This opens up our ability to send in resources to help with the individuals that have been impacted with sheltering, with some of the costs that they have.
More evacuations continuing. Hundreds of thousands without power. Starlink providing satellites for communications. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Join us Monday, January 20th, starting at 6 a.m. with Kayal and Company at the Newtown Athletic Club for the inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Don Stensland will be there live from 10 a.m. to noon, and Dom Giordano from 12 to 3 p.m. The Newtown Athletic Club is one of the top lifestyle clubs and health and wellness centers globally. Visit newtownathletic.com. You can't be at the inauguration, but you can be with fellow Patriots. Monday, January 20th, starting at 6 a.m. at the Newtown Athletic Club. Live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A reminder, the markets are closed today for today's National Day of Mourning and the National Memorial Service in honor of former President Jimmy Carter. A mixed day on Wall Street Wednesday. The Dow up 107, the S&P 500 up 9, but the Nasdaq lost 11. JP Morgan says its very preliminary estimates indicate insured losses from the LA wildfires could approach $10 billion. Industry losses are expected to be high, but remain, quote-unquote, manageable. Fewer new jobs than anticipated created by private employers last month. ADP says 122,000 new positions were added. That's fewer than November and below the estimate. And the number of new claims for unemployment benefits down last week to 201,000. Continuing claims, the number of people on extended unemployment, still over 1.8 million. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
This week, the president-elect held a wide-ranging press conference out of Mar-a-Lago in Florida, where he again referenced Canada becoming a part of the United States after first complaining that Canada takes advantage of us.
They don't essentially have a military. They have a very small military. They rely on our military. It's all fine, but, you know, they got to pay for that.
He said he could not guarantee that he wouldn't use military force to acquire Greenland or the Panama Canal, but was asked if he'd use the military when it came to Canada.
Economic force, because Canada and the United States, that would really be something.
He threatened tariffs again, though, lumping Canada in with his concerns over Mexico, demanding the flow of migrants and drugs stop. Canadian member of the House of Commons, Elizabeth May, mocked the president-elect's proposal.
I don't want to belittle Mr. Trump, but on the other hand, hey, Donald, have we got a deal for you? You think we want to be the 51st state? Nah, but maybe California would like to be the 11th province. How about it? California? Oregon? Washington?
Joking that Canada could take those blue states off Trump's hands. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau wrote, "There's not a snowball's chance in hell Canada would become part of the U.S." He'd flown out to Mar-a-Lago after President-elect Trump won the election in November, after which Fox News reported that Trudeau told Trump his proposed tariffs would tank the Canadian economy. The president-elect reportedly jokingly proposed that he become governor of the 51st state. Trudeau's since announced he's resigning.
They send us hundreds of thousands of cars. They make a lot of money with that. They send us a lot of other things that we don't need. We don't need their cars, and we don't need the other products. We don't need their milk. We got a lot of milk. We got a lot of everything. And we don't need any of it. So I said to him, well, why are we doing it? He said, I don't really know. He was unable to answer the question, but I can answer it. We're doing it because of habit.
And the president-elect said we also do it to be a good neighbor.
What he's talking about is an economic union that is extremely powerful on a global basis.
Kevin O'Leary is a Shark Tank investor and Canadian businessman.
And that intrigues me as an investor and millions of other Canadians. Now, it's clear Canadians do not want to sell their sovereignty, but that's not really what Trump wants. There's so much low-hanging fruit, and right from a common currency to removal of all tariffs, protecting the northern border, and on a common passport and everything else. I'm very intrigued. I really am. And so I'm one of those in his circle, I guess you could say, or at least in his administration circle, that wants to hear more. And the voice of reason right now, there's a lot of voices flying out of Canada, including the new, undoubtedly the new Prime Minister, Pierre Poilievre. But listen to what Daniel Smith, the woman, call her the wealthiest person in North America. She has more natural gas in Alberta and oil than the entire USA. And she provides $188 billion worth of it each year. That's primarily the trade imbalance. She's so wealthy with oil, but she's the voice of reason. You see her every day on media, and she's very rational. She's saying, look, we're partners. We're not dating anymore. We're married, and we've been married for decades. And we understand in a marriage that sometimes there's rocky times, there's good times, but we're married. And she's right. And I listen to that voice, and that's probably the right way to look at it.
That's fascinating. Let's go back to the part where we talk about currency. And I think I also heard you say something about maybe have some Canadian members on the American Federal Reserve Board.
Yes.
Is that like what? Tell me a little bit about what you sort of envision as, I guess, a new or updated economic aspect of this marriage.
When you talk about an economic union of strength, you have to start looking at success stories in other places of the world that have been tested by time. In the Eurozone is one model. The creation of the euro became a global liquid currency. Now, in the case of Canada-US, you don't create a new currency because all commodities worldwide are designated in US dollars. And the richest country on earth in terms of resources is Canada. So what you have to do is figure out, okay, how do we get the North American Union, the combination of these two economies? The first thing we have to do is get a common currency, and that would be the US dollar. Pretty well every Canadian has a US dollar account anyways, and it's been that way for decades.
Okay.
So every Canadian bank, money center banks, provide U.S. currency services because Canadians travel a lot to the United States. They buy a lot of goods and services from the U.S. It's a massively intertwined economy. So In order to do that, you have to merge monetary policy. So you have to give a couple of seats from the Bank of Canada onto the Fed so they have a say in when interest rates go up. But because you're integrating the economies, that's the right way to do it. And so then you start to say, what else is necessary in that economic union? And this is where it gets really powerful. You basically erase all tariffs, east and west, north and south. You have a completely free flow of goods and services at the lowest cost, at the highest production value to every single person on both sides. Then you make the border more transparent by creating what I'm just nicknaming the uni passport. Here's how that works. I'm in good standing as an American citizen with an American passport, born in Dallas, Texas. Or I'm a Canadian citizen in good standing with a Canadian passport, born in Montreal, Canada, and I apply for the uni. The uni basically can be rejected or accepted by either country, and it needs to be a 100% vote on both sides for pro. So in other words, if there's a bad guy in Canada the U.S. doesn't want, they don't issue a uni. If there's a bad guy in the U.S. Canada doesn't want, they don't issue a uni, like an illegal immigrant or whatever. People that get unis travel freely, live anywhere, and you could provide them with something else that's really intriguing. You tax a uni citizen at one tax rate with no deductions. Let's call it 25 or 21%. All capital gains, all income, it's all in US dollars, only one currency, no matter where you live. The uni controls our immigration policy. And all of a sudden, everybody that wants to come and live here and raise their families here and enjoy, because I'd argue this, the number one export of this union is not steel, not oil, not a commodity. It's the American dream. There's a reason people drown themselves in rivers trying to cross in to get a shot at living in North America and starting a business and setting themselves up personally free. That's what we're selling. And if you want to join us, you get a uni. You get a uni because we want you here.
Talk to me about the goalposts moving in any sort of negotiation based on what Trump is positing here, right? He says we don't need anything in Canada. You mentioned dairy. He says we don't need Canadian cars, right? But I've heard, I know you've heard, Canada has, for example, a lot of critical minerals. You just mentioned Alberta's natural gas. Should we expect to hear, I guess, moving forward after President-elect Trump becomes actual president, maybe a case made in response based on what Canada does have?
Well, you know, when I'm negotiating to buy a business, I go there and I say, you know, we've done our due diligence, and that plant and equipment you say is worth $200 million. I'm not even going to give you 20 for it. Here's why. I do that every day. That's what I do all day long. I want it. I just want to pay less for it. Now, we know with certainty that Doug Burgum, who I work for in North Dakota, I do a lot of investing in North Dakota, I love that state, is now the energy czar. He's good friends with Danielle Smith, and there's a reason for that. She is the well source of the pipeline. She's where it starts. She wants to build the pipeline too. President Trump wants to build the pipeline. Those are the three amigos right there. That's it. Those are the three amigos. They alone can make the pipeline a reality. And so that increases energy independence, makes us the most powerful nation on earth. We want nothing on energy from anybody. We don't need to import Venezuelan oil or anybody's oil. We're the next exporter of, imagine, 200 trillion cubic meters of gas just in Alberta alone. Unlimited oil.
Do you think Canadians would go for any of this?
Well, the polling that you read, the 18%, it's irrelevant because what it said, are you willing to sell your sovereignty at what price? Nobody's willing to do that. The question is, are you willing to join economically? And 50, 60%. See, I'm very fortunate. I have 10 million followers. I poll them every day. I don't need any polling business to do that for me. I talk to my people every day. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? And everybody's interested. Tell me more about the economic union. Tell me more about the uni. Tell me about eradicating tariffs. That kind of thing is all negotiated into this package deal. But there's going to be a tremendous amount of readjustment over a few decades of the population.
one more for you before I let you go. Speaking of noise and signals, the Supreme Court is going to consider the law that President Biden signed. They're considering it Friday. It would force the Chinese company ByteDance to divest of TikTok or be banned in the U.S. over national security concerns. It sounds like you and President-elect Trump want to keep TikTok alive. Is it going to happen? Are you and Frank McCourt going to do it?
Yes, we're the only viable bid, Frank and I. We've been working on this together. Well, not together. We've been working against each other for over 3 years. We finally said, look, let's stop this. You know the crazy thing about this Frank thing and I? He called me and I saw a 617 area code on my phone. To have a 617 area code, you have to be an old Boston dude, really. So as soon as I picked up the phone, I knew, and I have a 617, that we were going to know each other in a big way. And that's exactly, our teams are, we know each other so well for over 30 years. And so what Frank has that I don't is probably 4 years worth of tech stack already developed to rewrite the algorithm. What I have that Frank doesn't have is pretty well everybody on TikTok that spends money advertising is a Shark Tank fan. 2 generations of them, 6 million of them. They're all Shark Tankers. And I've proposed the deal that Frank and I came back with together, that we signed together just recently, was the only way I'm doing it, Frank, is if my people, those small businesses, I'm an ambassador for entrepreneurship, get to invest beside me and you at the same terms in equity crime funding. So if I bring in 6 million shareholders with me, they become our partners, and that's what I want to do. And that's what, that's what Mike Waltz wants too. I mean, look, Frank knows everybody on the Dem side. I know everybody on the Republican side. We're not dating anymore. We're married for good reason. So we need Biden. So here's what's going to happen. You're right. Probably by 4 o'clock.
I was going to say, what are the logistics here? Yeah.
I'm going to walk you through it. It's really fascinating. Probably by 4 o'clock on Friday, we'll know the outcome of the hearing. And the hearing will give you a good tonality from the justices on whether they're going to throw this case back. In other words, they're not going to hear it because here's the thing you got to understand. The company, ByteDance, is claiming that there'll be no buyer if they don't sell the algorithm. And the Supreme Leader Xi will not allow the sale of the algorithm. So this is really about freedom of speech. The reason Frank and I put out that press release early Monday morning was to make sure the justices saw the fact that we have a viable LOI ready to go, a letter of intent to purchase it without the algorithm. Takes away the argument that there's no buyer. We're a syndicate. We're ready to go. We don't know the price yet because we've seen the numbers, but that gives a chance for, after we believe they'll throw it back to the executive. The executive currently, till the midday on the 20th, is Joe Biden. Joe Biden will see this and say, well, look here. O'Leary and McCourt have an offer. I think it's viable. I'll give you a stay of execution for 90 days, as is my right in the order of Congress, if you get into a good faith negotiation with them. And then we're off to the races. However, it gets more complicated because at 12:05, the next day, I'm beholden to President Trump and his entire administration. So I have spent the last year meeting with Rubio, meeting with everybody that would listen to me. And I went to Mar-a-Lago last weekend specifically to let them know that the minute it switches over, we want their support. So everybody's waiting for what you just said. What happens at 4 o'clock on Friday? Stay tuned. Coming to a theater near you.
Kevin O'Leary, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Take care.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're in crunch time right now. A new administration will be sworn in soon. But as great as that is, that also means our enemies have days left to stir up trouble. That could mean a cyber attack, an invasion, or God forbid, a nuclear strike. So until the longtime bureaucrats are out of Washington, it's not worth taking any chances. That's why you need an emergency food supply from My Patriot Supply. Right now, they're offering $100 off their 3-month emergency food kit. It's got 2,000 calories per day for 3 whole months. Plenty to get you through even a prolonged emergency. All their food kits last for up to 25 years in storage. Plus, they come in rugged, weatherproof buckets. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now to order your 3-month emergency food kit. Your safety's worth it. Your security's worth it. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com to order your 3-month emergency food kit now. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Big news, Cherry Hill. The Hester Chevrolet family is expanding with our new location, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. For over 40 years, the Hester Automotive family has been part of the Cherry Hill community. With over 600 vehicles available, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill now offers one of the largest inventories of Chevy vehicles in the tri-state area. See why 2 Hester Chevy locations are even better than 1. Come visit Hester Chevy at the mall or always online at HesterChevyCH.com.
Your way or no way at Hester Chevrolet.
Here are the top questions from homeowners in the new year. Can my roof survive another winter? And can my bank account survive if my roof doesn't? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the answer. Roofing done right the first time and roofing priced like it was last year. That's right. To keep their crews working this winter, PJ Fitzpatrick will set all prices back a year and guarantee your estimate for all of 2025. Plus, they guarantee their work for the life of your roof. Visit trustpj.com to schedule your free consultation and price lock guarantee.
Right now might be the best time ever to upgrade your old, inefficient water heater to a state-of-the-art Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater. It's eco-friendly, Energy Star certified for high efficiency, and will help lower your energy bills. Rebates and tax credits are now available that could save you thousands of dollars. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing professional about the Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater, or visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. At least 5 wildfires now burning in the Los Angeles County, including a new one that broke out in the Hollywood Hills area Wednesday night, prompting a mandatory evacuation order. Many hydrants Wednesday running out of water. Orange County Fire Chief Brian Fennessy.
If you don't have access to water, you're largely dead in the water. You may have water tenders. You may have the ability to draft from ponds and pools and those sorts of things. But without water, yes, your hands are tied.
At least 5 people have died. More than 28,000 acres have been scorched, 2,000 structures destroyed. And funeral services will be held today for former President Jimmy Carter. His casket will be taken to Washington National Cathedral. President-elect Trump, President Biden, and many former presidents will attend. Carter will then be laid to rest in Plains, Georgia. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The devastating fires across Los Angeles caused a hockey game to be rescheduled, while the NFL has a contingency plan in place. Wednesday night's NHL matchup between the Kings and the Flames at Crypto.com Arena was postponed. In a statement, the league said in part, quote, "The thoughts of the entire NHL family are with the Kings, hockey fans, and the people of the Los Angeles area during this difficult time." And the NFL has a backup plan for Monday night's wildcard matchup between the Vikings and the Rams. While the league continues to prepare to play the game at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, home of the Cardinals, will be used if necessary. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A troubling report from the World Economic Forum finds that out of hundreds of large companies polled from all over the globe, 41% said they intend to downsize their workforce due to advances in artificial intelligence. The WEF says advances in AI and renewable energy are reshaping the labor market, increasing the demand for tech or specialist roles, and decreasing the demand for graphic designers. The Biden administration plans to introduce new restrictions on the export of AI chips to curb their sale in data centers globally. The regulations would create 3 tiers of chip trade restrictions, with U.S. allies having unmitigated access, adversaries being blocked, and most countries facing limits on computing power. It's the administration's final push to keep advanced technologies out of the hands of Russia and China. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm. And there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, January 9th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist. Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Don Stenslin, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
21 degrees. Not great in my opinion.
It's actually, in where we are, it's actually 17 degrees.
17 degrees.
It's 21 at the airport.
I want to crawl up into the fetal position, go back under the covers.
Don't say by a fireside, though.
No, that's right. No fireside. Got to be cognitive of what's going on the left coast.
God.
Gregory.
This weather on both coasts is just insanity.
Yeah,
it's
it is.
Insanity.
We can't complain.
I think I'll take 17 over.
Well, I mean, I can.
I mean,
I can complain. Why can't I complain?
I never do this, but I fell asleep just watching all the coverage.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys, by any chance, see David Muir?
David Muir?
No, I did not. Is he reporting live?
Of course. Him and Anderson. On the scene.
Anderson Cooper?
Anderson Cooper's on the scene. Yeah,
I've seen the clips of Anderson Cooper, but I did not know that David left the studios.
David left the studios. He's being called out because he's wearing. Do you guys know what a clothes peg is?
Clothes peg.
Dawn, do you know what a clothes peg is?
He's showing his chest.
So
he loves to show his chest.
Like you know when you have something oversized, you kind of peg it together so it fits it hugs your body.
Sure.
Nicely.
Women call it like cinching.
Yeah.
You cinch.
Yeah.
We call that today a slim fit suit.
So he was wearing a fireman's outfit, like a jacket that was close pegged.
Oh,
so it was tailored just for him.
So he's a very metro bougie guy.
With ABC News emblazoned on it's. We'll have a video.
Okay.
You have to see it. It's why everybody hates cable news.
Yes.
It's why everybody hates. Like, there's no reason David Muir needs to have this
He's a sex symbol, Greg.
Fitting him so well as people's homes are burning.
Right.
It's like, well, I know there's tragedy here, but damn, I look good.
I've got an image and a brand.
He's like, I am David Muir.
Yes.
I am here.
Yeah.
You will respect
I have
me.
no chest hair, but I'm sexy.
Oh, it's so. At least what's his nuts? Cooper is going au natural. You know what I mean? It doesn't look like he has all the pancake makeup on and stuff.
Yes. Well, Anderson's still recovering from his New Year's Eve shots.
Yeah. But
oh boy,
all these people on the scene is just like rushing out there.
Yep. We will break it all down. I actually got a lot of thoughts on this fire. You know, yesterday was kind of like the live, raw reaction, the images, the visuals. Today, I think it's time to start talking about some of the politicians involved, the policies that led to this, what people like Trump were saying months ago in regards to water. You know, we'll get into all of it coming up at the bottom of the hour. Big take this morning on DEI, the race card, and identity politics in many of our institutions in America. Also, coming up, we will get into whether or not with everybody's dealing with, you know, everybody's got like some sort of virus, you know, the cold, the flu, RSV.
Thank you.
Is it HMPV, which has been running amok in the hospitals over in China?
Is that a vaccination? Sounds like a...
It does, right?
It sounds like an STD.
Yeah,
It does.
that's true.
Yeah, you're right. It's like short for humping.
Yeah.
HMPV. But we'll talk about it. Yeah, we'll talk about it. Also, maybe a little global doge in the workplace as big cuts are coming in many industries. So says the great folks from the WEF, the World Economic Forum. It's almost time of the year, right? Isn't that where the D-bags get together in Davos? And
the D-bags.
Yeah, they talk about climate change and fly their private charter jets. It's like John Kerry's Super Bowl, right? We'll talk about that as well. And are we entering the anti-social century? Hell,
Yes.
we're 25 years into this century, but some of the math says, we are.
You know what's funny is that everybody always accused my generation, Gen X, of being the antisocial generation.
Oh, not even close.
Oh no.
Ew.
Oh no, guys. Oh no. This new generation is hold my beer.
Yes.
Last
that's right.
10 years.
Yeah, literally.
Yep.
Hold the beer because we'll come to your restaurant, get takeout to go,
Yep.
and not talk to a human being alive.
It's disgraceful.
Yeah, we'll talk
sin.
about it.
Yeah.
It is. All right, 6:06, round number one of the news, and there is lots of it from coast to coast.
Howard LaFinn says, "Miss that. David Muir, LA is on fire, and so am I."
Ooh, that's a good one.
Baby.
That's his new slogan.
Yep. Oh.
You think your home's hot right now? Wait till you see me in a slim fit Brooks Brothers.
David Muir, I like it hot.
Yes. Dawn Stensland with the news at round number one of 6:06.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This frigid morning, 17 degrees here, 21 degrees at the airport. Hopefully cozy where you are. Warm up that vehicle. Sponsored by Meineke this morning. So the update from Los Angeles, and first of all, from our area, we have members of the Red Cross, American Red Cross from New Jersey, Pennsylvania. They're headed this morning, and they're headed to help out with the fires in L.A. We know that at least 5 people are dead, many more injured. We don't even have the final numbers on this, as multiple fires have broken out across Southern California amid this historically dry, very windy conditions, not usual this time of year. We have thousands of firefighters who are fighting at least 5 of these major wildfires dotted around the LA area and several smaller blazes. And I believe the latest one that we heard about last night and overnight with the regard to the wildfire emergency in Southern California was including one in the Hollywood Hills. If you picture where that famous Hollywood sign is. Mm-hmm. And so that didn't burn, but certainly it's being threatened. 2,000 homes and counting, and they're saying that's an underestimate.
Yes.
Have already been destroyed. 400,000+. Is this your big take?
No. We're gonna go deeper into this at 6:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those are all of the headlines. Humanitarian crisis. And we'll get into it as far as, what the mayor said or didn't say. was shocking. And then just the celebrities coming out. I know Ben Affleck, Rich Cioli will not be happy about this, but Ben Affleck, his home did burn.
Oh.
The bad Batman.
Did J-Lo set it on fire? Or was it the wildfires? I think I saw of the 5 different pockets or these 5 different areas that you're talking about, 3 of the 5 are 0% contained. 1 of them is 10% contained. And then the best case is the one that is 40% contained.
It's just, I don't know. It's like last night I fell asleep on the couch watching it.
I was glued to the TV for like 90 minutes just watching it last night.
And fell asleep. And then I think at that point I had Fox. Hannity came on, fell asleep, and then woke up at 2:30 this morning.
Well, that's what Hannity does. He does put people to sleep. Yeah.
I didn't say that.
No, I know.
You know. So we have that going on, and
it's hard to believe. Think about this: only 5 people confirmed at this point to have died in this historic fire. Like that's like unbelievably
that's true.
Good in a sad, tragic, twisted way. That only 5 people have died that we know of.
And I think that's a credit to law enforcement and all of those firefighters. And we'll get in. I know it's 6:30. We'll get into all of this because some revelations have come forth as far as what was being prioritized in their budget, the cuts, the fact that they had so many budget cuts, $17+ million cut out of the firefighters' budget. And so all of that, we'll get into it. I know we'll get into that, but you're right. I think that's a credit just to the actual individuals who have been warning people to say, get out, evacuate. People heeded the warnings. Look closer to home, we have Pennsylvania State Police, and this is after a lengthy investigation. They've now charged this former Chester County student teacher after he allegedly secretly recorded members of the wrestling team as they were showering. Ew. So investigators say they allege that this 34-year-old, identified by authorities as Samuel Fisher, was caught by a high school student there at Owen J. Roberts High School, and this happened 1 year ago. This was January of 23. So this guy was the student teacher immediately fired, according to police, confessed, and they escorted him off the property. So we're learning more about this. He only worked at the school for a few days at that point, was charged last week with multiple counts of sexual abuse of children, as well as an invasion of privacy. That's another charge.
Yep. Sounds like a, loosely speaking here, a Jerry Sandusky situation from Penn State from all of those years ago. It's unbelievable.
Well, Sandusky technically had a charity, was allowed to use the facilities.
Yeah.
So he was not employed at that time. This guy, though, a student teacher at the school, an employee, granted, only there a few days.
Yep. Well, his shower time in the joint's going to be very interesting. We'll put it that way.
So this is very concerning. Obviously, it was they did an extensive investigation. The disturbing piece of this, I'll just point out, it was discovered that he's accused of being engaged in very similar behavior while working as an athletic trainer at a different school district, Pine Richland School District in Allegheny County between 2014 to 2019. And so the question here by parents and officials and so on is, usually your background check, this should have shown up. What's going on here?
Who the hell's vetting this guy? Right?
So, and that's the concern, I think, by the authorities and certainly by parents.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank God for the one student who immediately did the right thing, came forth, told the right, authorities, etc. But this suspect now faces charges in both Chester as well as Allegheny counties. We'll obviously keep you posted on that one. So another developing story this morning, and this is about a vessel. The work continues to free this huge cargo ship from the Bahamas, ran aground in the middle of the Delaware River overnight last night into this morning. So it's stuck just north of the Ben Franklin Bridge. And you can see, basically, I'm talking about Philadelphia's Fishtown section. So it's roughly between Penn Treaty Park and Petty Island. And the vessel's name is Algoma Verity. is a Supermax self-unloading bulk carrier, 623 feet long. It's stuck. And so there are tracking websites that report the ship left the port in Philadelphia 5:30 p.m. last night, was headed for Fairless Hills in Bucks County, got stuck. Philadelphia Fire Department Marine Unit responding to the grounding, and that was within 90 minutes. It was grounded.
And you said just north of the Ben Franklin?
Yeah.
Man.
So tugboats, as I speak, are on the scene this morning. Coast Guard is working to refloat the ship so that it can move on its way. So they've been figuring this out.
Oh.
Kind of a crazy situation.
I know.
I know we have a lot in the world of sports. This is exciting. I know everybody's talking about the Eagles and practice yesterday.
Eagles.
But the exciting thing, we are Penn State tonight, baby.
Yeah, right here.
This is exciting.
Penn State. Oh, Delco's going to be on fire tonight, baby.
Oh my
Starting
gosh.
7 p.m., you can hear it right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah.
You can hear all the coverage.
I've branded this game as the Catholics against the Colt.
Remember, by the way, for all these Johnny-come-latelys, we are the home of Penn State football.
Oh, there you go.
We are the home of Penn State football.
Yeah.
No other radio station. We are the home of Penn State football.
Yeah.
We are, Greg Stocker.
Give us the credit.
We are. So we got that going for us, which is nice. And I'm trying to look up my sports report, and I apologize. There's a lot going on in the world of sports. We have what's the Sixers score?
What's the they almost lost to the worst team.
I know.
Basically, the Washington Wizards should be playing the Harlem Globetrotters, I think, because
they should be contracted.
Yeah,
but we at least won.
Yeah, barely.
Yeah. But, the Sixers have done a nice job getting back. I mean, they're only a game now out of the playoffs, so to speak.
Yeah, well,
so,
the
NBA, they'll be in there.
The NBA playoffs are.
Well, yeah, it's low energy. I agree.
Do you know what the line is on tonight's
football game?
Bowl? Yeah.
Notre Dame is a 2.5 point favorite.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you like that?
I do. I love the Irish tonight, baby.
Wow.
Oh, I love them. I'm going to get my shillelagh out. I'm going to pour a Guinness. Yeah. I'm going to bury James Franklin on X when he loses another big game. I'm all ready.
We are going to win. Okay. And by the way, Eagles, we're going to the Super Bowl.
Oh, I agree with that.
Right?
I agree with
We're
that,
in it.
yeah. I said that like 2
So
months ago on the
exciting.
show. I said they're going to go into Detroit and beat the Lions on the road.
Woo!
Said that back in like Thanksgiving-ish.
We can't wait for that.
Yeah.
The final thing I'll say, because we got to get to the big take, but the final thing I will say here is that remember that today is officially all government offices closed because this has been declared as a national day of mourning. This has to do, obviously, with
Why are we
tributes.
here?
Well,
yeah. Are we flying the Kayal and Company flag at half mast?
I need to mourn.
Yeah, I do too. Pay my respects to Jimbo.
Yeah.
Jimmy
Jimmy
Carter.
That's right, not Jimmy Kelly.
So it's and Trump will be attending the funeral.
Well, he was
That's going to be pretty
Right?
awkward
Was there
today.
last night with Melania, right?
He was there last
Yesterday.
night. Phil, do you have that video? Since we're kind of all over the place here.
Jimmy,
Excuse me.
No, I know.
Trump, was it
Trump-
awkward?
Trump and Melania. No, it was.
Okay.
You could see they gave some reaction to the when Trump and Melania walked in. I think it's cut 12, Phil. Yeah, roll it. You can see him coming in. It's always when you walk down there and everybody's looking at you.
I know.
And then you have to, you stand there. Obviously, he's paying his respects if you can't watch right now on YouTube.
Right in front of the casket and the wreath.
Very respectful. He's wearing a purple tie, a dark jacket. She's wearing a very deep midnight blue.
I'm sure.
Very David Muir tight as well.
I'm sure the press is upset he didn't come out and be like, I like presidents who don't die. Okay.
Yeah. I would have lived to be 101.
Melania going blonder and blonder.
I was going to say, did her hair look lighter to you?
She's naturally a brunette, like me, but like I had highlights for the Mummers Parade.
Did you?
I did. I got like little highlights, but she went from the highlights to she's getting blonder and blonder.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad thing.
She looks amazing. Whatever.
Well, yeah.
however she wears her hair. But just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah.
Very respectful.
But notice they show all the reaction to people any
other president, it
crowd
feels
react.
different, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
then he turns to her, and then they hold hands.
How
and
long is the
walk
appropriate?
away.
How long is the appropriate time to sit there and
That was it.
pay your respects?
Yeah. 30 seconds maybe.
You can see in Trump's head. He goes, "How much longer do you think we have to
I got a
stand?"
tea time in 9 minutes.
Well, no, because they also know that everything stops. Remember with
Yeah.
what was this with? Was it McCain with Obama?
Yeah.
And they were late, and so everybody was outside. Everything stops because of security.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're also cognizant of that, right?
That's the most awkward setting in all of life. Paying your respects to somebody that's dead, buried, and gone in a casket. I still get weird. Like when I go to my mom's cemetery, maybe 3 times a year, I do the little wreath thing around the holidays. That whole song and dance. Like
song and dance.
It's just, ugh. My sister's all about it, and I'm like, yeah, all right, I'll come by.
But it's nice. Think about it. He was the 39th president. Trump is, 45 and 47.
Yeah.
But not many people are in this club, if you will.
Yeah.
And so I think it's great that we celebrate our presidents.
Oh,
There are
yeah.
not many of them.
Yeah. No, I think that's one thing we get right at the end of the day, even when you see a president that you thought was terrible or you disagreed with or you voted against. And, we have our moments, and then, we come together and, pay our respects and then get back to slandering him the next day.
I think history looks back on Jimmy Carter as, I think it's unquestionably he was probably one of the worst presidents ever.
Yeah.
But his post-presidency
But
is
yes,
what people...
his post-presidency and the fact that he was just like a really good guy,
right,
I think outweighs everything. I think universally anybody, whether they're left, right, whatever, can say that.
Yeah,
right?
I think most people realize that he was almost such a good guy that he just didn't have kind of the required, I don't know if it's killer instinct, the tough mentality to be, a great president, because you do have to have a strong backbone, so to speak, because you're going to get skewered by one side or the other, right?
Yeah.
Created a lot of bureaucracy, Department of Energy, Department of Education.
Well, destroyed education. I mean, we create that in, 1979, and we go from number 1 to number 42.
He was the president when I was born. Thank you very much.
Well, then that was a great. Then there's
Thank
reason
you
to
very much.
celebrate.
Thank you very much.
All right.
There you go.
So we talked about Penn State v. Notre Dame, and that's the Orange Bowl matchup for this evening. Villanova men pulled off a home upset against number 9 UConn. That was 68-66. That's the Big East matchup.
I'm
LaSalle men.
surprised Phil came in today. UConn lost. I'm surprised he's not mourning today.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Not a good, he's got the Jets. He's got the
Poor guy.
UConn. It's like losers. LaSalle men dropped their conference matchup against Loyola in Chicago, 79-68. And former Eagles receiver Deshaun Jackson is Delaware State's new football coach. Congratulations.
I saw that. Deshaun Jackson and Michael Vick in the last month becoming college football head coaches.
Wow.
Different time, different landscape.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
So we got that going on, which is nice. We have our sponsor, Meineke. When you step on your brakes, are you hearing a little of that squeal or maybe a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians are going to diagnose the problem. Find that location nearest you, Meineke.com, Meineke, Meineke.com. Kill and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Plenty on the California wildfires coming up shortly, but first, a Thursday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take, DEI, race, and identity politics. It has been over 2 months since the election, and in the early going, it appears that the Democrats and the dying legacy media still haven't learned anything. Yesterday on the show, we talked about Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman and how based he has been in his political logic. And I'm of the belief that in 2028, someone like a Fetterman will be the biggest challenger to MAGA and the Republican Party. Greg Stocker said yesterday that he believes Democrats will continue to dig in, double down, and keep their progressive push alive into the future. Time will tell. But one thing is for sure, corporate America is ditching DEI, and they are returning to merit-based decision-making. But that doesn't mean that in other American institutions, things like the race card and identity politics will go down silently. But was 2024 the year that DEI fell apart? Well, the New York Post believes so, writing the following. Diversity, equity, and inclusion policies faced increased scrutiny in 2024, leading to at least 15 major U.S. corporations and hundreds of universities to roll back these commitments once viewed as innocuous. Companies that have ditched DEI in the last calendar year include Ford, Coors, Lowe's, Nissan, Boeing, Toyota, Walmart, Caterpillar, Craftsman, John Deere, Jack Daniels, Tractor Supply, Black & Decker, Harley-Davidson, and now even McDonald's. Robbie Starbuck, conservative activist, said the following, quote, I think it was inevitable in 2020. A lot of executives bought into this whole idea and concept of DEI just because they didn't want to be seen as racist. A lot of them had no concept or understanding of what it was going to turn into. The Post also continues saying American Airlines has become the latest U.S. company to agree to leave behind its diversity hiring practices this month after facing a legal complaint from watchdog organization America First Legal. AFL said the following, quote, the airline acknowledged that recruiting and hiring based on diversity, equity, and inclusion violates federal laws and also equal employment opportunities. This comes after the summer of 2023, where, if you recall, in late June, and we talked about this on the show, SCOTUS ended affirmative action in college admissions, deeming it unconstitutional. But McDonald's, how about that? McDonald's is the peak of American companies. Nothing screams Americana more than Mickey D's. It's Trump's favorite food. They are the latest to dump DEI, the company stating the following, quote, hiring. They will end their diversity goals for how many of each race they hire. And they will also no longer participate in the HRC's Corporate Equality Index. We call those the CEI scores, which is the scoring system that forces the trans agenda, one of the biggest lobbyists in this country, into the workplace in exchange for a perfect social credit score, end quote. However, the Hollywood elites, they appear to be confirming what Stocker believes, that the left-wing era won't be scrubbed by the Democrats anytime soon. Actor John Cryer was on the Club Random podcast with Bill Maher, and things got spirited. Listen and watch this.
You don't want to talk about that politics at all. Well, I shouldn't, because I really started this podcast to get away from it. So you're right. I kind of up.
Yes.
But I don't know. Sometimes people say things that trigger me. And of course, we just had the election. And I feel like my conscience is very clear. I warned everybody about Trump, and then I warned them about what would get him reelected, which was stupid wokeness, which is what got him reelected. So I feel my conscience is very clear that I told you and I told you and I told you, and I lost fans for it. You know, lots of the super woke that like I'm not woke enough for them. Yeah, but like I think I had it right. Like that kind of stuff is what lost the election for the Democrats. It's in all.
Maybe part of it. I don't know. I think a lot.
They have polling on it.
Well, I think it's inflation. I think Americans hate inflation.
That certainly was
They hate
part
inflation.
of it.
They hate riots, and they hate black women.
They don't.
And they hate trans people.
Oh God, John, we're not
Dude,
gonna.
they just spent hundreds of millions
They
of dollars
don't hate
demonizing
black
trans people. And that is disgusting.
Yeah,
That
we
is-
shouldn't talk politics.
Okay, we shouldn't.
I
We
mean,
shouldn't.
this is-
Great. We don't have to.
No, and this, you know, I mean, I have this kind of relationship with people on the right also who like, yeah, it's just going to take so long to even have this discussion. And I want, just like I would like to deprogram them, I feel like there's things that don't get in your bubble on the left that I would love to deprogram, but it's probably not the place to do it.
Yeah.
But you know,
you can try. if that's how you want to spend your leisure hours.
No, I mean,
deprogramming Ducky.
Cry harder, John, but don't ever change. And I really mean that. I want Democrats to continue down this path because it's the path of least resistance for the Republican Party moving forward. If you don't change your game plan, it'll be victory after victory after victory. But speaking of Bill Maher, he slammed the left again in a recent Wall Street Journal interview saying, quote, "You're damn right I slam crazy leftists because you give me more material. I'm a comedian. I'm going to go where the gold is. I think humor is one of the best avenues to get at the truth, maybe the best, especially in politics. This is one of the issues I have with the left. They can't stand to have to endure a moment of hearing something they don't already agree with," end quote. And perhaps comedians like Michelle Buteau, hopefully I got that name correct, should take notes on Bill's commentary, since she recently blasted the great Dave Chappelle for making money off of, quote, "not funny and dangerous jokes about the transgender community" in his Netflix specials. Michelle saying, quote, "Dave, it's not funny. It's dangerous. I can't believe somebody would make millions and millions of dollars for making people feel unsafe. That is so wild to me, truly," end quote. Hey, Michelle, it's called comedy, capitalism, and free speech. If you don't like it, don't consume the content. If you hate America, then see yourself out. And speaking of the LGBTQ community, the Philadelphia Inquirer with a story 4 days ago with the headline, quote, "The queer people who are buying guns to protect themselves and prepare for Trump's America," end quote. Kudos to queer people out there taking advantage of what the Second Amendment affords all Americans, the right to bear arms. Although your motives are misguided and ill-informed, you're probably going to need that firearm for your safety and security from the lawless hellhole of Philadelphia, created by people like District Attorney Larry Krasner, much more than anything that'll occur in Trump's America. But the lunatic ideologies will never be 100% eradicated. That was one example. Here are two more. It's been a while since we heard about crazy stories from the Ivy League universities, right? But this is a hell of a way to kick off 2025 with a bang. Headline, Yale University class questions whether black and white women can be friends. No, this is not parody. This is an actual class for college credits in the Ivy Leagues, although the Ivy Leagues these days are the embodiment of parody. And I'm pretty sure that black and white women can be friends. I don't know, just one example, Dawn Stenzel and Kathy Barnett. Why is academia so hell-bent on division with race? Because it seems pretty simple to me. How do people become friends in this lifetime? It's usually one of two things, right? One of two things. Do you have something in common with the other person? And is that person a good person? If so, friendships are usually formed, whether or not you're white or black. But the left continues their grift. And nothing bigger right now in America, and we'll delve deeper into this coming up shortly, than the wildfires in California that are plaguing the greater Los Angeles area. Stocker mentioned yesterday that if you were a 280-pound football player and you were stuck on the third floor of a burning building, would you want a big, strong dude to rescue you, or even a kick-ass female? Or would you want an unqualified, weak quota hire? Common sense says you want the qualified individual. But in Los Angeles, with the fire department, it's all about DEI with your dollars. Listen and watch this.
We are hosting our new employee orientation, and our focus is to teach our new employees for them to understand cultural competency, identify implicit and unconscious bias, and be aware of the importance of us having a diverse and inclusive workforce.
Diversity is important because the different people bring different lenses to their job, and those different ideas, those different lenses are important to have the best practices for our industry.
We have people here from hazmat, we have dispatchers in the room, we have people that are responsible for financial management, we have our information management division, and also from human resources. So we have a variety of professionals that are receiving this training.
We teach people how to deal with conflict responsively, how to have challenging conversations, break down stereotypes, and learn more about cultural competence. And so we do this by working to advance equity throughout community partners and internal departments within Los Angeles County.
Cultural competence to put out fires? Break down stereotypes? How about focusing on breaking down hot doors and rescuing people? This psychobabble nonsense is beyond insane, and it has run its course. But then again, It's called the left coast for a reason. Trump, the Republican Party, and common sense American voters, they have done a great job swinging the pendulum back to normalcy and away from the lunacy, as 2024 has shown. But there is still plenty of work to be done in government, in schools, and in society. But I'm perfectly fine with the Democrat Party and the mainstream media continuing with their ill-advised, losing methodologies. And that's the big take.
It's go time for your fitness. The Newtown Athletic Club, or NAC, in Bucks County invites you and your family to check out the globally recognized top lifestyle club with the finest amenities, programs, coaches, and equipment to give you all the tools needed to enhance your overall health and wellness in one membership. The NAC offers a variety of family-friendly gym memberships to accommodate each stage of your life, from youth to active aging, young families to empty nesters, and ask about Escape Resort. Schedule a visit. Go to newtownathletic.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text DANDY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text DANDY to 42424. That's DANDY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My name is Rianne, and I'm a healer, clairvoyant, and empath. Everyone I read for tells me that I've confirmed something they've already known, but were afraid to see. Sometimes I have to tell people things they don't want to hear, but if I don't tell them, I am not helping them.
At California Psychics, we thoroughly test our psychics to make sure they're professional, have real gifts, and communicate clearly. Plus, we have over 400 psychics to choose from.
California Psychics look for psychics with experience who are confident in their abilities. They're very selective and have very high standards.
And California Psychics promises that your psychic reading will be the best you've ever had. Satisfaction guaranteed. Just call 800-PREDICT, 800-PREDICT.
I really look inside people deeply to find their deepest truth. It's so rewarding helping people. It's a very uplifting feeling.
Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com or download our app. Plus, new customers get 80% off. Call 800-PREDICT, 800-PREDICT. California Psychics, the psychic service more people trust.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 12th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in in-demand fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills and credentials you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will.
How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90NATION or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Got a roofing problem? Don't let it ruin your day.
Emmons Roofing and Siding offers professional roofing services, from repairs to complete lifetime warranted replacements.
And you can trust our experienced team to keep your home safe and secure. And we can even handle insurance claims for you.
Give us a call today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on the web at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Mary's Catholic Church in Cherry Hill, Saturday, February 8th, with Dennis Horan and Vince Valentine. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, 6:40 on a Thursday morning. It is indeed Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker with you. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So let's get into the California LA wildfires. I gave you towards the back half, the back third of the big take there, that clip with DEI promotions and all of these absurd policies being implemented into the LA Fire Department in California over the last couple of years. And also some damning evidence that came out yesterday, late in the evening, as there is a signed, sealed, delivered letterhead from December of 2024 from the Los Angeles Fire Department warning that this could happen. The fire chief of Los Angeles, Kristen Crowley, warned L.A. Mayor Karen Bass last month that the $17+ million she cut from the department's budget, quote, severely limited the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires. And here we are. That was dated on December 17th. Yesterday, January 8th, less than 3 weeks later, we see the most historic wildfires that California has ever dealt with. And there's a lot to talk about, a lot to react to. Maybe we could start with this. Phil, if you want to throw up the photo, K4, I believe, and leave this.
Man.
Folks, that's not Chernobyl. That's California.
That's crazy.
That's Pacific Palisades. That's the greater LA area. It looks like it legitimately was hit with like a nuclear warhead.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, it's complete destruction, right?
Yep.
I mean, there's nothing left.
No.
Which is like, what would that be equivalent to? Maybe the main line of Philadelphia?
Yeah.
I mean, this is in a wealthy, famous area, a lot of movie stars, a lot of executives.
Yep.
West of LA.
Mm-hmm. And, we can get into some of the specifics. I've got the report about the $17.6 million. We can get into how all this money was redistributed and how bad it looks with some of the statistics. But some of just the general observations as we now look at the politics behind this and the failure of leaders. Why are Democrats, especially in places like L.A. and New York, where they tax the hell out of you, so bad at mismanaging crises when it comes to natural disasters? And you look in Florida, they deal with hurricanes all the time. You have guys like Ron DeSantis that have bridges rebuilt like in 3 days, and yet here in Los Angeles, where it's unbelievably expensive to live, what do you get for your money? And then when you look at the political leaders that are elected out on the West Coast, you have the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, who was in Ghana for the inauguration of the president of Ghana. Now, let me ask you a very pertinent question.
Pertinent.
Why in the world does the mayor of Los Angeles have to go to the inauguration of another president in another country? Can somebody explain that to me?
It's basically a junket, and so it's a free trip.
Free trip, cool.
That's what it is.
Great. I mean, I understand if the president of the United States goes for the inauguration of the president of Ghana or the vice president of the United States. But a mayor in a city, I don't know, it doesn't sit well with me. Then you have Joe Biden, and some of this we'll get to on the cut sheet. Some of this you'll hear. Some will just kind of headline right now before we delve deeper into this. You have Joe Biden, who's out there yesterday, makes it about himself, saying he just became a great-grandfather. Do you think anybody in Los Angeles cares about Joe becoming a great-grandfather as their $2.5 million home burns down to rubble? Probably not. Gavin Newsom, according to reports that I read from the Los Angeles Times, and I think also maybe it's the LA Daily News. I think there's two papers out there.
He was on with Anderson Cooper last night.
Yeah, and he apparently eliminated 4 dams during his tenure in California as the governor, which is ongoing, which according to the LA Times is the most of any politician of all time. And he apparently, the reasoning behind it was he kowtowed to Native Americans who wanted to preserve an endangered species of fish.
Yep.
Smelt.
Smelt fish, yeah. So, there's a natural order of things of how, up from Canada, water runs, you know what I mean? Like there's... And they had that water redirected to the Pacific Ocean, which I don't think needs a ton of water.
No.
But because of that, you have all of these areas in Los Angeles and that area that are in droughts, really, because they're not getting enough water.
Yep.
All because of the smelt.
Governor Gavin Newsom, this is Trump on True Social yesterday, refused to sign the Water Restoration Declaration, would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snowmelt from the north, like Greg was pointing out here, to flow daily into many parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning in a virtually apocalyptic way. By the way, Trump calls him Newscum, but I think I said Newsom. Anyway, he goes on to say that all of this is because Newscom, as he says, wanted to protect the smelt fish.
Yes, the smelt fish.
Phil, can you grab cut 15? Trump, this is him at a press conference yesterday after he paid his respects to Jimmy Carter. This is cut 15, go.
Do you believe that federal aid should be provided to California for as long as it takes?
Well, it's very sad because I've been trying to get Gavin Newsom to allow water to come. You'd have tremendous water up there. They send it out to the Pacific because they're trying to protect a tiny little fish, which is in other areas, by the way, called a smelt. And for the sake of a smelt, they have no water. They had no water in the fire hydrants today in Los Angeles. It was a terrible thing. And we're going to get that done. It's going to finally be done. I got it done from the federal side. And he didn't want to sign it, but it's not going to happen again like that. There's no reason. Can you imagine? You have farmers that don't have any water in California. They have plenty of water. They don't have a drought. They send it out to the Pacific, and it's crazy. So what's happening in California is a true tragedy. I know those areas very well. I have many friends living in those houses. That is a true tragedy. Nobody ever thought. I mean, virtually Beverly Hills and areas around Beverly Hills are being decimated. The biggest homes, some of the most valuable homes in the world are just destroyed. I don't even know. You talk about a tax base. If those people leave, you're going to lose half your tax base of California. This is a true tragedy, and it's a mistake of the governor, and you could say the administration. They don't have any water. They didn't have water in the fire hydrants. They don't have water. And yet they have, the water comes from, you know where? Up north. And it comes down at levels, they give millions and millions of barrels of gallons of water that they have, and they send it out into the Pacific. For the Pacific, it's like a drop, it's nothing. But for California, it would take care of the whole state. So what's happened is a tragedy, and the governor has not done a good job. With that being said, I got along well with him. When he was governor, we worked together very well, and we would work together. I guess it looks like we're going to be the one having to rebuild it.
Mm-hmm.
But what happened there, I don't think there's anything that I've ever seen quite like it. And the insurance companies are going to have a big problem because you're talking about big, big dollars.
And a lot of insurance companies ended policies with homes in the last couple of years out there. Phil, have K3 and K5 in just a moment before we wrap up the hour in about 5-10 minutes. But, I mean, you have water running out. And from what I gathered from the report last night from, I think it was Trace Gallagher might have been out there, he was saying they can't even fight these fires from above in the air, so they're forced to combat it to the best of their abilities on the ground. I mean, this is a disaster, and I've said that I think Gavin Newsom's got no chance in 2028. If he had a 5% chance 4 years from now to be president, I think his political future on the national stage is probably going to be sunk by this, and he's all but cooked now. But then I was thinking about this as this has become political, and I think rightfully so. Think about the way responses happen to disasters along party lines. Think about this current administration and what we've lived through the last 4 years. Joe Biden was out in Los Angeles yesterday, within 24 hours of this, right? How long did it take for Joe to get to North Carolina this past fall after the hurricanes? I genuinely don't know that answer. If somebody wants to fact check and give us details, that would be great. How long did it take for Joe to get to East Palestine, Ohio, after the toxic train derailment? I'll wait on that answer as well. So if anybody can provide those answers, that would be great. And then the last thing I will say is, because it's easy to armchair quarterback it after the fact. So some people might say, especially if you're a hater of Trump's, that, well, it's easy for Trump to say what he just said in that clip yesterday that we played for you. He actually said this weeks and weeks and weeks ago. Phil, play this a little bit, and we'll dive out of it after we make the point here. This was K3, Trump warning about this in 2024.
They said, we have no water. I said, do you have a drought? No, we don't have a drought. I said, why don't you have no water? Because the water isn't allowed to flow down. It's got a natural flow from Canada all the way up north. Water, more water than they could ever use. And in order to protect a tiny little fish, the water up north gets routed into the Pacific Ocean. Millions and millions of gallons of water gets poured. I could have water for all of that land. Water for your forests. You know, your forests are dry as a bone.
Yeah.
Okay?
Dangerous.
That water could be routed. You know, you could have everything.
All right, so that's good enough. You get the point. That was Trump on Joe Rogan's podcast. Dawn, your thoughts on this from the political side, whether you want to go with Karen Bass, Gavin Newsom, Democrats in general. What's going through your mind right now?
Well, first of all, President Joe Biden, actually, you gave him too much credit, Nick.
Did I really?
Because you were trying to give him something. You're trying to give him a bone and give him credit for something. He was not there in response to the. He had a planned trip already.
Oh,
because that's why he was there to go to a farm worker community in Thermal on Tuesday.
Okay,
it was rerouted. Right?
Yes,
his plane was rerouted because of the fires. Yes, I did see that on the other day. Yeah,
and so Gavin Newsom actually waited for him for like 2.5 hours. It's like the Coachella Valley. So Biden, this was like a whole planned thing. So he happened to be there, but he wasn't there. For, you know what I mean? Like to be the president, to go, you know, to your point earlier, like, oh, I better go to East Palestine or I better go to the South and hurricane victims. That's not what this was.
Wow.
Although I will say Hunter Biden's house that he's renting, I guess, burned.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Now, was that from the wildfires or a crack pipe?
From the wildfires. So the other piece of this is you see a very bad look for Democrats. With the mayor, I know you'll get to the mayor. That is unbelievable that she was away. Then they try to question her and she's silent. But then the budget situation came out where she cut the $17.5 million from the LA fire department's budget.
Mm-hmm.
They were furious about it. They were warned about it. So when Gavin Newsom was being asked by that, and part of this was, him on CNN, Anderson Cooper was asking him to respond to the Trump ripping into him. What about the budget? What about the mayor? Newsom was basically throwing the mayor and the, quote, local folks, as he called them, under the bus, saying, well, I'll leave that to the local folks. Anderson Cooper then says, well, what about President Trump, ripping into you? He just was not going to comment.
Let's play that. That's cut 14, Phil, here. This is California Governor Gavin Newsom on responding or not responding to Trump.
We're in the public safety phase.
I hate to even ask this question, but the president-elect chose to attack you, blame you for this.
One can't even respond to it.
Why?
I mean, it's people are literally fleeing. People have lost their lives. Kids lost their schools. Families completely torn asunder. Churches burned down. This guy wanted to politicize it. I have a lot of thoughts, and I know what I want to say. I won't. I stood next to a president of the United States of America today, and I was proud to be with Joe Biden. And he had the backs of every single person in this community. He didn't play politics. Didn't try
As
to
they
divide
burn?
any of us.
Like, all Trump is making him accountable, saying, and the reaction that Anderson Cooper should have said is that Trump says when he, on the 20th becomes president, he will work with you. But Trump says he's going to demand that, to Greg's earlier point, that you make sure that the water's not diverted.
Right.
That you do the right thing.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of diverting, and if you want to jump in, you can certainly give us your thoughts. 855-839-1210. We'll take some calls after the news in the 7 o'clock hour. I also want to play you Karen Bass, who had nothing to say when grilled by Sky News yesterday about this upon returning from the inauguration of the new president of Ghana. But, I mean, think about this. Just yesterday, another couple hundred of millions of dollars were sent to Ukraine. I mean, I think it was $250 million was sent to Ukraine yesterday, but we don't have water in California to fight fires. That's where we are. So we'll continue. We'll get into this a little bit more. You'll hear from Karen Bass and what she did not have to say on the other side. We'll get to some news, your calls, and then the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. It's Kayal and Company. Hour 2 is next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Larry Steiness with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steiness with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Earn unlimited cash back up to 4% when you use your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard for essential items such as groceries, gas, and purchases from pharmacies and home improvement stores. You'll earn 2% cash back on all other purchases, such as travel and dining. There's no limit on the amount of cash back you can earn, giving you more purchasing power for each transaction. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Orosine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades, using only the best CertainTeed products. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there's no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, 40% off every expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you'll get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. The offer is for a limited time only, so act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Hour number 2 on this Thursday morning as we continue the voices of Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, on a day in which it is, according to the YouTube Kayal and Company Doppler or thermostat, I don't know, what would you call that? Anyway, it's 18.3 degrees Fahrenheit. 18.3 degrees.
It's a little nippy.
A little nippy, yeah. But you know what? First world problems here in Philadelphia and on the East Coast compared to what's going on the West Coast in California, where literally hundreds of thousands of acres burning down, winds at 94 miles per hour, just awful. We'll continue with some of the wildfire coverage after the news. Also, workforce reductions and the global Doge effect coming to a job location near you as AI continues to rise. And also we're going to get into a story about how we have become such an antisocial community in our normal endeavors and how people have pivoted and changed the way they no longer interact with other human beings, which is not good for your mental health in my estimations, but that's all still ahead. Plus the cut sheet. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02, the great Dawn Stensland.
We know that, and good morning, Kayal Company News Live. We are January the 9th, Thursday, National Day of Mourning. City offices, government offices, all shut down because of this national holiday that has been declared. We are sponsored this morning by the great Newtown Athletic Club, our big sponsor, where we will all be there. We hope you will be too, starting 6 a.m. That'll be Monday morning, January 20th for inauguration.
Right. The NAC.
The NAC.
Yeah, working with the fine people at the NAC on the TV situation. How we're going to get some big screen TVs in there for the inauguration.
Hey,
so, yeah,
it's very exciting.
Well.
So a lot of news going on today. In our area, we have volunteers with the American Red Cross from Pennsylvania and especially New Jersey. I know a group from New Jersey is going to California, heading to assist with the wildfire relief efforts there. So volunteers from, and I imagine this is across the country, this is happening, supplies, volunteers, people who heed that call. And so they're heading there to provide food, shelter, health services to those impacted by the fires. We know that tens of thousands of people are left homeless or they've been forced to evacuate, and many people learning that they've lost their homes. The numbers that I gave at 6 o'clock in the morning, here's the thing. They're saying well over 1,000 structures, mostly homes, have been destroyed. That is a very modest estimate. So I even contemplated, do I even give the number? Because they're saying that is an extremely modest estimate. More than 130,000 people under those evacuation orders. And that's just in the metropolitan area of Los Angeles. And so it's from the Pacific Coast inland to Pasadena, many counties across, not just Los Angeles County, but many counties across there as these fires continue to shift.
I would also like to know, beyond just some of the stats of how many fires there are, how many structures have been destroyed, and thankfully, knock on wood, maybe we don't have many more than 5 casualties. I'd love to know what the hospitals are like right now with smoke inhalation and breathing issues and upper respiratory issues.
They said the air quality there is like the worst it could be.
Yeah.
So.
Mm-hmm.
So think about who that affects. That affects the elderly, anybody with asthma, obviously,
right?
Babies, young children, So they're just saying it's like Amityville Horror. That get out, that voice.
And I'm not really sure what the hospitals were like or what the issues were with everything that's going around in the air pre-wildfire, right? I'm not sure how COVID looks in Los Angeles or the flu or RSV or the norovirus, but you take all of those respiratory issues, throw a wildfire on top of it. I mean, it's a disaster.
Yeah, it truly is. So we'll continue to follow that one. We have closer to home. We have a boiler leak, unfortunately. A lot of furnace problems this time of year. It's frigid out. And so this boiler leak, unfortunately, has forced the closure for 2 days of at least one middle school in our area. And this one's in Montgomery County. So it's closed actually for the rest of the week because of this pipe leak. And it led to a steam leak. So this is Cheltenham School District, Elkins Park. It's in Elkins Park, the middle school there. So they're shut down today and tomorrow. Contractors are there on scene working, and they say they'll work to fix it so that school will be back open on Monday. But that's the real problem there. It leaked into the building ceilings, a stairwell, parts of the second floor hallway, the main lobby. So it's not only do they have to fix the actual pipe and repair that, but then there's a big mess to clean up. So hopefully they'll have it. School is expected to reopen again for regular classes next Monday, January 13th.
Boy,
I know, it's a bummer.
Seems like kids have been basically out of school for almost a month at this point. It's unbelievable.
We have road closures are have finally ended. This is Downingtown. After a lot of police activity, police in that area shutting down the roads. Chester County neighborhood, shutting down those roads. They did release a statement, and that was late last night, explaining that officers had to respond to what they're calling a mental health crisis or emergency involving an individual with a firearm. And so it's West Lancaster Avenue between Viaduct and Brandywine Aves, shut down in Downingtown there. Just an example of the mental health crisis. So they brought in a special team. They had a command center there. The person then they said was, they had to talk the person down essentially. And they're now in a hospital being treated for a mental health evaluation.
Wow. Yeah, it was probably threatening suicide and maybe even taking other people's lives with them.
Death by cop. I mean, Nick, the thing about it is when I report on something, and sometimes you may say, well, Dawn, why do you even report on that? That happened last night. The road was shut down. Sometimes it's important to say what the police and the law enforcement and the community did right, because nobody was injured here.
Right.
They did all the protocols.
Yeah.
Kudos to them.
Tragedy averted.
Yep. Nobody was shot. Nobody was killed. Not a self-harm, not a harm of anybody else.
Yep.
But does that cost all of us and all the taxpayers and everybody who was, inconvenienced, rerouted, etc.? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So
do people actually give you guff for a story like that being reported?
Yes. Why do you choose? It happened last night. It's over with. It's done.
Yeah.
But I think sometimes, first of all, people wonder what the heck happened there
Right.
with that road.
Yeah, yeah.
Was not an accident, etc. But then on the other hand, I would say it's because, we don't talk enough about those situations that are averted.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It still costs all of us.
Yes, it does.
We have a Philadelphia judge accused of quote unquote bias is now getting a tongue lashing, if you will, by a state judicial board. But there will not be any sanctions against Philadelphia Common Pleas Court Judge. This is Anne Marie Kayal. And so there aren't any charges, not any sanctions against her. But essentially, I would say she received a lecture, if you will. So the Judicial Conduct Board dismissed the complaint that had alleged that the judge was showing bias, but they did caution Judge Kayal about her conduct. So the board, this was something that was a confidential decision. It actually happened before Christmas. It was mid-December, but now, and the Inquirer and other news agencies, through Freedom of Information requests, they had asked, what's going on here?
Biased judges. That's news to me. I thought judges were all impartial and fair.
What they're saying about Judge Kayal, the complaint was here that they said that Judge Kayal's sentences for probation violations were the harshest of any Philadelphia judge. So that they're saying she was too harsh and too strict.
Oh, now I actually like this judge. I'm a law and order guy. You're on probation. You're getting a second chance, Skippy. Yeah, if you don't follow the rules that your PO has put together, I'm going to hammer you. Don't come back in my court.
Now,
I defend the judge here.
The question I have here, it's an interesting story because in this case, there was a guy who was already out on probation, right? Then he's arrested during a raid, during a police and a narcotics raid.
Okay.
Presumably began with an undercover situation. And so the drug charges eventually were thrown out. So what happened here was Judge Kayal required the prosecutor, under District Attorney Larry Krasner, required that the prosecutor put on a probation violation hearing anyway. So the judge, in the judge's opinion, says, this guy, not for nothing, is already, I'm paraphrasing here, is already out on probation for something else, is now arrested during a drug raid. So the judge felt that this warranted a hearing.
Yeah.
To say, let's know the details.
Yep.
Let's review this.
Yep.
The Krasner's, one of his ADAs, apparently pushed back on this. So there was a back and forth.
Yeah.
Then the judge essentially said, hey, ADA, Assistant DA, I'm going to, this was under the threat of a contempt to say, I'm the judge. I'm saying you got to go through the hearing.
Yeah. Boy, I got to tell you, it would really suck if I ever would have actually finished law school and became a prosecutor and, seeking justice and, or trying to help victims and get closure. Boy, you're an ADA and you're trying to work your way up and you're really a law and order staunch defender and you work for Larry Krasner. That would really suck. That was like back in the day when I would do sports and I would want to have fun on the show, and the boss was like, "You got to stick to the Eagles." I'm like, you know what? That's not the policies and the theories and the way I like to go about my business. It's a tough work environment. I wouldn't want to work for Larry Krasner if I was an ADA. If you're prosecuting sexual assaults or drug crimes or anything like that, and you're working for a guy that gives everybody a slap on the wrist, I'd seek to be relocated. I'd get out of there. I'd go to Bucks County.
So in this case, by the way, Judge Coyle, she won re-election in 2023. She's in the court's civil division, and so the Inquirer had posted, because I'm looking at all the different media coverage on this. They had posted that there were more than 800 complaints against many different judges. So it's not an uncommon thing that usually, I think, in my experience, defendants complain about a judge.
Oh, of course.
In this case, these were, some of apparently the defense attorney as well as the assistant prosecutor.
Yeah.
They were the ones complaining because they felt that the judge was being too strict. So another, I'm just trying to bring you some different stories than what we did earlier today.
Oh, I like that story.
We also, what else can I tell you about that's different? I already told you about the Pennsylvania State Police, the assistant teacher who's now out facing those charges in Chester and Allegheny counties. So we've got that going on today as we follow that one. And just the update as far as this stuck, there's a boat stuck in the Delaware River, basically.
Yeah.
They're trying to free this huge cargo ship that came from the Bahamas, ran aground in the middle of the Delaware River, and it's just north of the Ben Franklin Bridge, Philadelphia's Fishtown section, technically, between Penn Treaty Park, Petty Island. And so it's named Algoma Verity. And it's one of those self-unloading bulk carriers, huge, but it was headed for Fairless Hills, Bucks County, got stuck. And it got stuck last night, 7 o'clock last night.
Normally I say we're going to need a bigger boat, but now we might need a bigger river. That's unbelievable.
So Coast Guard tugboats, they're trying to, get it on its way. So we'll continue to watch that one for you as well this morning. So we are sponsored by Newtown Athletic Club. We sure hope you join us January 20th, bright and early. We start at 6 a.m. as Greg Stocker always says.
Absolutely.
Jim Worthington. It's going to be, it's always an amazing venue.
Yep.
But it's go time for your fitness at the Newtown Athletic Club, or NAC, N-A-C, Bucks County. NAC offering a variety of family-friendly gym memberships to accommodate every stage of your life, from youth to active aging, young families to, yes, empty nesters. Schedule a visit. Just go to newtownathletic.com. By the way, they have amazing summer camps, and they have. I was trying to count
good
how.
To know.
Yeah.
I should start thinking about that next summer.
Yeah, wonderful summer camps. They have huge slides for the kiddies, and they have like 5 pools out there. So wow.
By the way, in case you weren't here yesterday, I said Linda Mitchell, who is running the festivities over there at the NAC for us when we do the live broadcast on MLK Day on January 20th. She goes, what you think your audience will show up, at 7:30? 6 a.m. is kind of early. I'm like,
We start at 6 a.m.
No. They're going to be here before we will.
That's right.
Like, they will be, this is an early rising audience, so they will come. So prove me right.
Yeah.
Prove me right and show up right there bright and early at 6 o'clock.
Get out there and start tailgating.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So, and they'll be open today, even though it's a national day of mourning and federal offices are shut down. But for the day, this is obviously the day of former President Jimmy Carter's funeral in D.C. So it is technically a federal holiday, National Day of Mourning. That's why everything's shut down. But private, we're here. And many, whether it's NAC, whether you want to go check them out, maybe have a membership. Most banks will remain open.
That's nice.
Yeah, so that's nice. What about the stock market? All the markets are going to be closed out of respect for President Carter. And it looks like, except for some of the schools where they have technical problems, like the boiler that, this busted, but a lot of, I think most schools are open.
Yeah. Good.
To my knowledge.
These kids have had enough days off. Nobody goes to school. Nobody works.
Except us.
Send in Doge.
This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, what the Los Angeles mayor did not say, and also what the Board of Fire Commissioners in Los Angeles said specifically about being ill-equipped. We're back after this on Kayal and Company.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Roofing or siding issues? Don't wait. Call Emmons Roofing and Siding.
We provide comprehensive roofing and siding services with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction. And our warranties ensure peace of mind for you and your family.
Protect your home with the best warranties available in the industry.
Call Emmons at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
To inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Start the new year by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Each one of their 16,000 pieces is meticulously cared for and inspected before being displayed. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting the NFL playoffs, buckle up. Betting football's hard enough as it is. We're doing the research for you. So listen to Cash the Ticket with Mike Valeni and I. We'll be dropping new episodes for every single playoff game. And that's going to be storylines leading into it, so some good football stuff, but also the betting nuggets you're looking for. Sides, totals, trends, player props, throw those in there too. Pre-game and post-game, we're going to be all over the postseason. Subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your Penn State Nittany Lions are in the Orange Bowl. Coverage starts tonight at 7 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
She calls me Goliath and I wear the David mask. I guess the stones are coming to face her now. You know I'd like to believe this nervousness will pass. All the stones that are thrown are building up a wall.
What's on the cut sheet? We will find out in just about 20 minutes here on this Thursday morning. Yes, the Orange Bowl, the college football playoff semifinal tonight. Penn State, right here on your home for Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210. They take on the Notre Dame Fighting Irish For those that are interested in football financial investments, Notre Dame is now only a 1-point favorite.
Really?
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. We might have to go out and make a McCausland lock of the week on this Notre Dame Penn State game.
I'm all for that.
Penn State's going to win.
It's this is a big game especially for our area.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
All these Johnny-come-lately Notre Dame fans.
That's right.
None of them went there.
Uh-huh.
Everybody roots for them.
Yeah. Well, I'm Catholic. I'm Irish.
Yeah, I know.
So I root for Notre Dame.
I know. It's just
okay. Who am I to throw stones? I'm an Alabama
Yeah,
fan,
I
and I've
know.
got very little allegiances.
You're a weirdo, too.
Yeah, I'm a psycho. Not as insane as Karen Bass, or maybe not as inept as Karen Bass, the returning mayor of Los Angeles, who you will hear from, or in some semblance, in just a moment. But I do want to read this in further detail because there's just so much here with these wildfire stories. And I referenced earlier and gave you the headline of the Los Angeles Fire Department, the fire chief, Kristen Crowley, basically saying we were unprepared. I just want to read you the 2 paragraphs that she penned verbatim here. And this was to the Board of Fire Commissioners from the fire chief, Kristen Crowley. Subject, Los Angeles Fire Department service impacts on operations. And again, this was approved and written on December 17th. And they say, the Los Angeles City Fire Department, LAFD, is facing unprecedented operational challenges due to the elimination of critical civilian positions and a $7 million reduction in overtime variable staffing hours, or V hours for short. These budgetary reductions have adversely affected the department's ability to maintain core operations such as technology and communication infrastructure, payroll processing, training, fire prevention, and community education. In addition to these impacts, the reduction in V hours has severely limited the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires, earthquakes, hazardous material incidents, and large public events. Specialized programs and resources, such as air operations, tactical EMS units, disaster response, and community emergency response teams, CERT for short, which rely heavily on V hours, are now at risk of reduced effectiveness. This report provides an in-depth analysis of these cascading impacts, underscoring the critical need for resource restoration to ensure operational readiness, firefighter safety, and the delivery of high-quality public service. Translation, we got ungats. We got nothing. And when all hell breaks loose, we're doomed, right?
Yep.
And it happened 3 weeks later. Karen Bass was more focused on the inauguration of the president of Ghana. She returns to L.A. as her city is literally burning down. Clip K5, Phil. This was, I believe, from Sky News as a reporter grills her, and she had very little, if anything, to say at all.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster?
What is she doing?
Staring out into the runway of the airport. She's right by the little door where you board the flight.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
And now she starts to walk back down the runway and head on out. The clip goes on, but we can end it right there. I mean, this is large mass scale ineptitude across the board. I mean, from the mayor to the governor. I mean, we got Gavin Newsom out there, the guy, with his mask mandates. The one day you might want to throw a mask on so you don't breathe in too much smoke. He's out there with his little tight jeans looking like David Weir. He's got his hands in his back pocket. I mean, we always say, and I like to use the phrase because it's true, elections have consequences. And look, none of us live in California. Maybe some of the people in this audience have some family history there or some friends and family out there. I have really no connection one way or the other. But I just feel bad in general, Dawn, for the California people that have to deal with this. But then there's the political side of, well, you know what? You keep voting for these people. Like I don't know what to tell you. I mean, other than elections do have consequences. You see it in Chicago. They got rid of Lori Lightfoot. They elected Brandon Johnson. He's worse, right? Yeah. Kathy Hochul, Eric Adams, New York, Illinois, California. It's the same thing. It's almost a copy and paste job of failed leadership and terrible policies.
But you have to wonder now here's one thing I'll say from the media standpoint. You saw with Gavin Newsom, you see with their mayor that they're not really accustomed to being questioned by the media. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now because Trump is putting these things out, even though it was a wimpy-wampy way of asking when, Greg played earlier on playing Gavin Newsom, being asked by Anderson Cooper is like, well, I hate to even ask, Anderson Cooper said, but, what about this and that? And then he allowed Newsom to kind of squiggle and wiggle away from it.
Mm-hmm.
But the truth is they're, for the first time in a long time, being held accountable.
Yeah.
At least the questions are being asked.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's gotten to the point, and you think about just go back the last 18 to 24 months. I mean, we're starting to see that pivot in the media where, even Joe Biden's inability to perform his job duties being questioned by the New York Times, which usually carries his water, no pun intended here with the fire story. The Washington Post being a little more critical. CNN starting to try to, at least, put these, Democrat politicians on the griddle and hold their feet to the fire. MSNBC still does their thing. But, I mean, it's to the point where, and even like with Meta, with Mark Zuckerberg, it's so undeniable at this point, all the things that we have been pointing out as the downfall of the media, the downfall of Democrats, the policies, the censorship, the ineptitude with, being able to provide basic public services that your tax dollars go to. That now you almost don't want to give them any credit because, I mean, oh my God, we all see what's going on here. Like, you should be doing this. This is your job. I don't know really how Sky News typically operates, but that reporter there that was peppering Karen Bass with questions basically quoted Elon Musk saying, "You're incompetent at your job," right? Like that. I don't know. Is Sky News centrist? Are they left leaning? I really don't know. But I mean, that's about as strong of a statement being relayed from a reporter to a politician as you'll probably get in the mainstream media, so to speak.
And the question I have about management, as far as nobody else is really exploring this issue, that Trump was actually criticized back in the day when in his last administration, when he talked about forest management. Remember, he was in a Scandinavian country, I want to say with like a Danish, or I think it was Danish, but in any event, just
getting
talking.
Me hungry, by the way. I could go for a Danish right now.
Ooh, nice little a peach Danish,
Yeah.
apple Danish. But in this case, they were talking about forest management. And I was talking to somebody the other day who was saying that he used to work for John Deere. And they used to use the great, American-made John Deere equipment. And he would sell to all across, California, the West Coast, Oregon, Canada. And they manage the forest differently. So Trump is not wrong. I guess they've changed their philosophy because they say that by leaving all of the stuff that in the forest, the debris, the leaves or whatever, you let the little, the little gophers or whatever, you let them kind of have a little home and stay warm or whatever. But the philosophy used to be that they would have not only the controlled burns, but they would actually clean up parts of the forest floor,
right,
so that you didn't leave all the dry stuff laying around to become fodder for the fire.
Yeah. Let me give you just a couple of numbers here. This is, I've got two stories in front of me with the LA fires that are going on, the New York Post and also foxbusiness.com. Foxbusiness.com headline, Los Angeles mayor slashed fire budget last year and prioritized homeless population. We'll get to the latter half of that right there in just a moment. But they write, Los Angeles' budget in the spotlight as multiple wildfires rage around the city amidst revelations that Karen Bass slashed the fire department's budget last year while prioritizing spending on the city's homeless population. For the 2023-2024 fiscal year, Los Angeles, this is staggering, budgeted $837 million to the LA Fire Department, which was roughly 65% the size of the homeless budget of $1.3 billion. Karen Bass slashed the budget by more than $17 million. She originally proposed cutting it by $23 million. So think about it. It actually could be worse. $837,191,000 down to $819 million. And if you think about the homeless population, and you think about Gavin Newsom's political career, he has been running a political message for essentially 18 years now that he was going to clean up the homeless crisis in California, whether it was at the local level in Los Angeles or statewide now as the governor. So they are basically cutting off their nose to spite their face and then failing to address their face when they talk about homeless. Remember the Super Bowl a few years ago in Los Angeles at the new, I think it's SoFi Stadium? The homeless are just camped all around that stadium. And boy, but when the big game comes to Los Angeles, they can clean it up, right? The homeless, the migrant crisis in Eagle Pass, Texas. Remember as all who was it that came to Texas from another country? I don't know if it was Zelensky or it might have been Xi. And then all of a sudden, those sidewalks got cleaned up. They can clean up the homeless crisis in this country quick, fast, and in a hurry if they really want to do it. And the fact that they've allocated almost 33% more money towards that in light of and in lieu of their fire prevention issues and still fail. So they're failing. It's like a double whammy failure. They've got homeless issues all over the place. My old boss that runs the San Francisco Odyssey sports station, and I know San Francisco is different than L.A., I mean, there's homeless people. He's always tweeting about it, how much of a disaster that city is. And then you look at Gavin Newsom statewide. You look at the fire issues in L.A. with Karen Bass, and you talk about, financial, debacles. Yeah. Rand Paul just gave that report last week or 2 weeks ago about what the government wastes. There needs to be, you ought to send Elon and Vivek right out to California right now and figure out the amount of tax dollars that are just being squandered. You can't even afford to live anywhere. Nobody with a, quote, normal job can live in Pacific Palisades, Malibu, or any of these other ritzy bougie communities. And this city is generating almost $1 billion a year to handle fires. And this happens? We need accountability. Just send in Doge right now. We need a statewide Doge in California because there's no way that this money is being utilized correctly, which if you go back to the big take clip that I played this morning, we're doing DEI with fires, conflict resolution, cultural assimilation. If you're working in a fire department, what do you really need to know about the other person you're next to? That they have your back, that they're going to be brave and go in and fight that fire and, stand in harm's way with you to battle those flames? Do we really need diversity, equity, and inclusion and cultural training in our fire departments, much less our police departments or our military? We're being laughed at. When Trump says we're a joke, we really are. All because of 2020 and all these absurd policies that have been kicked to the can and kicked to the wayside by corporations, the latest being McDonald's.
Yeah.
It's just embarrassing. I know we'll get more into it with the cut sheet coming up, but that's pretty much all I got. I've spilled my bucket on this subject.
Well, you're talking about homelessness, and they were worried about homelessness. They were worried about spending more money, giving more money to their libraries in California, taking it away from the firefighters to the tune of, I said the number earlier. It's like anywhere between $17 to $18 million they cut.
Yeah.
Knowing, and even despite these warnings, now they've declared a state of emergency, so they get the federal money. So we're all paying essentially for their mismanagement.
And they're using it for libraries, you said?
Yeah.
And I'm
a huge chunk, Nick, was diverted, if you will, almost the same amount of money they cut from the fire department. that's what they put into their libraries.
And I'm not anti-library by any stretch. I still like reading a newspaper physically, reading a book, and holding what I'm reading. I'm not one of these people that reads on a Kindle or audiobooks. Like, that's not my thing. But I would think that I'm probably in the minority. I mean, how many people still utilize libraries in this digital technology age? That seems like a terrible investment to me. I don't know.
Well, and you talked about the homeless issue. Now they've left some of the biggest movie stars on the planet homeless. So this homeless problem is making national news. We're in Philadelphia. We're talking about what's going on, right?
Yep.
So now it's front and center, but you have some of the most famous, movie stars in the world, Steven Spielberg, Ben Affleck. Well, not that he's the most famous. But you have all of these, Michael Keaton, Diane Keaton, Tom Hanks, and Rita Wilson, all these people, Miley Cyrus, all these celebrities. They fled, their homes burned down. I know, Dennis Quaid was on yesterday on Fox being interviewed. Yeah. So now they have a new homeless problem with all of these very famous people whose homes burned down. And now they become the voice of questioning, what the heck were you guys thinking?
855-839-1210. If you would like to join the show, you can tweet us at 1210 WPHT. Let the comments rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Coming up next, a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Back after this on Kayal and Company.
And what's in the crock pot? That's my new addition. Hey, if your New Year's resolution to cook more and eat out less, you got to check out my friends at whatacrock.com. So let What a Crock help you with their easy-to-cook, nutritious dinners. You just drop a meal into your slow cooker in the morning, go about your day, come home to a delicious dinner waiting for you. It's just simmering. The kitchen smells so good. No chopping, no slicing, searing. No other prep is required at all. No subscription is required to order. What a Crock's meals make an excellent gift for anybody who could just use some help in the kitchen or maybe that easy meal. For me, it's such a convenience. It's really a lifesaver for me. But let's say you have somebody in the family recovering from surgery or illness and you want to send them a little something. What about new parents? This is incredible because no matter where they are in the country, you go to whatacrock.com and send them some home-cooked meals. I always say they're home-cooked, just not by me. College students, or maybe to send somebody a condolence, a sorry for your loss type gift. Meals are delivered quickly. If you want them to be able to choose their own meals, you can do that too. Just give the gift of a What a Crock digital card. Make sure you use promo code WPHT so you get $10 off your order. Whatacrock.com, and you choose whatever. If you want to choose, I would recommend the meatballs are easy. They're the favorites by far. I hate making meatballs, but they're grandma's beef meatballs. They're huge and they're so tender and juicy and delicious. David loves those chicken parm meatballs. They're delicious, but inside there's that melted, delicious Parmesan cheese in the very center. They have great chilies, great soups, great appetizers, and then all the different meals. So just delicious. Whatacrock.com, code WPHT, $10 off your order. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's the world-class Newtown Performance Institute, located on the campus of the Newtown Athletic Club in Bucks County, PA. Take your training to the next level. Enhance flexibility, strength, and speed while fostering mental resilience and your passion for health and fitness. MMA, boxing, jiu-jitsu, youth and adult performance at the highest levels. Step into a realm of unmatched fitness luxury at NPI. Discover our curated selection of premium services designed to elevate your fitness experience to new heights. Visit NACSportsCenter.com.
I have a
challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Kayal and Company, 7:50, live on a Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Gurek, Stocker, Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, as we roll till 10 o'clock. We're going to get to a very interesting story on the anti-social century. The bar is closed, folks. Not because I drank it dry, but because people do too many takeout orders now. But it's a bigger issue on society as a whole.
Takeout?
Yep. We'll talk about it coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. But without further ado, this is actually relatively early and on time lately. 7:50. Let's get to a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
Yeah.
Panama.
There we go. Thank you.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Winter Ford. Winter Ford Cherry Hill makes servicing your Ford easy with their mobile service. Their trained technicians come for you Their trained technicians come to you for certain recalls, battery, filter, wiper replacement, and much more. Learn more and see their no-charge specials at winterford.com, winterford.com. Thank you, Winter Ford, for sponsoring The ever-important Thursday edition. Sorry about that flub up there. What's on the cut sheet.
Did you at least make the shot in the can?
I did not, no. I didn't even try. I just threw it. I'm going to start this morning with comedian Adam Carolla. Well, you'd say, why, Greg, why would you start with comedian Adam Carolla? Because I want to go back to 8 years ago. This clip made the rounds yesterday. He was testifying before Congress, and he was talking about how when he was 19 years old, he wanted to become a Los Angeles firefighter.
Oh.
And apparently, even then, I don't know how old Adam Carolla is, but I would assume, his late teenage years is going back a couple of years now.
Yeah.
Even then, they said, you're a white dude. I don't really know if we have any room for you.
Adam Carolla is 60.
Yeah. So this practice
would have been in the 80s.
This practice that we've been discussing for the last 2 hours here on this program has been going on for 30 years.
Oh my God.
More.
Who knew that
40 years.
Who knew that wokeness was created when I was born?
Let's roll Adam Carolla, please.
Geez, I want to talk about my white privilege so badly. I graduated North Hollywood High with a 1.7 GPA. I could not find a job. I walked to a fire station in North Hollywood. I was 19. I was living in the garage of my family home. My mom was on welfare and food stamps, and I said, can I get a job as a fireman? And they said, no, because you're not black, Hispanic, or a woman. We'll see in about 7 years. And I went to a construction site and dug ditches and picked up garbage for the next 7 years. I got a letter in the mail sent to my father's house saying, your time has come to do the written exam for the LA Fire Department. I took it, and I was standing in line, and I had a young woman of color standing behind me in line, and I said, just out of curiosity, when did you sign up to become a fireman? Because I did it, or a person, 7 years ago, and she said, Wednesday. That is an example of my white privilege.
That is unbelievable. I mean, we're talking the 1980s, and they are basically doing DEI quota hires, which, again, and I know, Dawn, you said yesterday, with some stuff in New York that they get around it, but it's just, I just look at it from the most basic standpoint. Forget all the merit-based. It's just so discriminatory in nature. And no matter what profession you're in, I mean, my God, can you do the job? Are you good at your profession? This whole thing about, who you sleep with and what your skin color is and what your gender is. Can you hack it or are you a hack, right? That's what it comes down to. Adam Carolla. And this is Los Angeles.
That was Los Angeles. I mean, dude, you waited 7 years. Like, at least in Philadelphia or Chicago or New York, if you know somebody, you don't have to wait 7 years. I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah.
I just think that it's an example of the fact that all of this is not new, but it's like a buildup. It's like the cumulative effect that we've all had the opportunity now to look at the good, the bad, the ugly.
Mm-hmm.
And so on one hand, I will say, in many professions, like he even slipped and said a fireman, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So on one hand, we do need to say, hey, women and whoever you are, if you're a woman, whatever your ethnicity, whatever, you should be able to apply for a job and you should be able to get an equal shot. And so hopefully now, to Adam's point, we've had decades of this now. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They were trying to do the right thing. Look at what's happening here and look at the result of some levels of incompetence that have gone on and that we all pay for that.
Mm-hmm.
So now that we've had all this time and we know that everybody has the shot and everybody should have an equal shot, this should be at this point now in the year 2025, I hope that things level out and that we say to each other, hey, maybe you're not as physically strong or whatever, but maybe you're a better manager. Maybe there's so many jobs out there. And I will also say this, particularly in fire management, law enforcement at every level. What about teaching?
Yeah.
They are crying for people to apply for all of these jobs.
Yeah. And not everybody is physically equipped to do certain professions, right? As far as, but to your point, you might not be physically fit to be an actual firefighter, but maybe you can be in management. Maybe you can be on the clerical side of things. It's like the same thing in sports, right? Well, I want to be a left tackle. Well, I'm sorry, you're 140 pounds. You're probably better equipped to be wide receiver, right?
Yep.
Like, and then in the workplace, and I hope you're right that we can move past all that in 2025. But I guarantee you there's a lot of people today at this very moment that have probably just applied for a job or have been given the results that they did not get the job. And they probably thought they were qualified for the job. They met the criteria. They checked off every prerequisite, whether it's, a GPA, a degree, a resume, 13 years in this profession. But there are a lot of people, and rightfully so, because it's been pushed on us so much that there's going to be a lot of people out there that get rejected for jobs simply because they didn't meet the criteria of a gender, a sexual orientation, or a race.
Yep.
And people are going to be pissed about that. And then you get other people, well, you just have sour grapes. Well, maybe that person has sour grapes. Maybe that person really wasn't the best. But if they were the best and they just didn't get it because they didn't check off a box, it's just disheartening.
It is.
It is. I just, what I hope happens is that we can all look at, all of this and say to ourselves, just create, it's the word that Mayor Parker always uses, opportunity. To create the opportunities for people, no matter who you are, no matter even what your physical strength level is. Mm-hmm. For me and my family, because a lot of my family members are firefighters, I would have loved to have been a firefighter. They would have teased me. You know what I mean? Like in my family, that's the great part about my family. I'd be like, come on, really? You're going to. So, but I do think there are plenty of jobs within each profession that if that's your dream, there's a position for you.
And
you know what I mean?
And in today's climate, politically, I would be a firefighter way before I'd be a police officer.
Well, that's just it. In Philadelphia right now, and even in the suburbs, it's a dangerous job.
It is.
It
is, but I
would more dangerous. And even the firefighters get shot. I mean, Nick, they get shot at.
I would rather fight fires than weaponized political prosecutors. Just me.
This clip, Nick, you discussed this earlier. I just want to play something here again. This is the Los Angeles Fire Department. Recently created its first DEI bureau. This is the assistant chief, Kristen Larson. She rakes in $400,000 a year by leading this bureau.
Wow.
What is her job? To root out bigoted firefighters.
Yes. It's a raging inferno of racism.
Cut 22, go. 22, Philip?
Cut 22.
There we go.
Catch 22.
I want to reach down and bring you up. And that's kind of something that stuck with me to this day.
Part of that work means speaking up for those who can't. Over the last few years, LAFD has dealt with a fair share of controversy, and Larson not afraid to sound the alarm.
I chose to speak out pretty much by myself about the issues of sexism and racism within my department.
Oh my God.
And the need for change. I don't think there's any question that our department is the best at fighting fires. We do it better than anybody in the world.
But
when it comes to the personnel side, we have some issues.
Yep.
And they're not insurmountable, but they need to be addressed and fixed to the best of everybody's ability.
I'm not sure, and I don't want to speak out of turn. If we have anybody in the firefighting community, please let me know. But I would venture to say there's probably not a lot of firefighter positions, even chief of the fire department, that make $400,000 per year. But somebody running a DEI program in Los Angeles is making almost Now, that doesn't go too far in Los Angeles.
I was just going to say, to be fair, $400,000 in LA is like $40,000 here.
But I mean, my God, really? $400,000.
Yep. It for nothing. I think honestly, guys, now this is the most extreme case, but if you ask an African American family, if there was a guy who wore a Klan robe on the weekend, but you know what? Would come and save you from a fire if your house was on fire. I'm sure that family would say, "Sure, whatever, whatever. Just save my life. I don't care."
Yeah, probably 99 out of 100 would. Joy Reid wouldn't. She would rather just go down in flames, but everybody else probably would.
And does it? Whatever these people do if they're good firefighters, who cares?
Yes.
Who cares what they do in their personal life?
Yes.
Who cares what their beliefs are?
I agree.
Who cares if they're liberal, if they're conservative? Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Just save my life, save my home, save my pets.
Hell, after the story we just talked about last week with Fox Sports in Los Angeles dealing with, sexual advances in the workplace, I would say you're probably better off allocating some money towards sexual misconduct in the workplace over sexism and or racism. But that's just me. We want to grab a DEI call real
Absolutely.
quick. John is in Northeast Philadelphia, and he experienced this in the 80s as well. John, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
What's up, guys? How's it going? Good morning.
Hey, John.
I'm just kind of curious. You guys seem surprised that this stuff goes on. Especially Dawn was saying in Philadelphia that really shouldn't happen, especially if you know somebody. My father, my uncle, and my cousins were all cops, and I took the test in 81. I didn't get on until 87 due to affirmative action, and really affirmative action, the DEI is just affirmative action on steroids.
Yeah.
I got on in 87, but my classmates who happen to be African-American or Hispanic, they were on the 75 to 80 percentile. That's what they scored, while the whites scored in the 90s to the 95. Now, it was a little different back then. They weren't taking candidates who had misdemeanors on their record, but still, they couldn't, in 6 years of affirmative action, they couldn't get enough qualified minority candidates to get on the job. So, or to become cops. So I had to wait 6 years to get on until, affirmative action ran its course.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's been going on since, for me, in 1981, like Adam Carolla said.
Yep.
That's my white privilege. So,
wow.
And I thought that was pretty telling, but it's been going on, and in the fire department, too, because I took the fire test as well after I was told it's going to be a while, for the
right.
because of affirmative action. So I did take the fire test.
Okay.
Right around the same time I got called for the fire test the fire academy, because I scored right around the same as I did in the police test.
Okay.
So
Can you ask what the score was? Remember we were talking about the averages the other day. And so if your score was, let's say, even if your score was like a 95, but then a buddy or a lady, their score is an 85, they're still going to get ahead of you, right? Because they do a pool within do you remember what the scores were that they took of your friends?
Well, everybody in the class, and there were some guys from my neighborhood that were in my class, we were all in the anywhere from the 90 to the 95 percent, percent. That's what we scored on the test. Now, obviously, any veteran that had taken the test and got a 95, they got 10 points. So, they were bumped up. I don't know what it was for minorities. I'm sure it was kind of similar, but we did kind of, befriend some of the, some of our classmates and who were minorities, and they told us they got 77, 78, 80, 81.
Yeah, I'm just a little surprised because if you think about it, and I just looked this up, some of the timelines of affirmative action over the years, over the decades in America. You have a stretch from 1972 to about 1980 where there was a ton of debate about this, and then it kind of got reignited in the 90s. You had Supreme Court decisions in 2003 and 2016, and as we mentioned in the Big Take this morning, that SCOTUS ruled against affirmative action just 2 years ago. In 2023. I mean, certainly it seems like it was more prevalent, or at least I think the average person knew that it was a much bigger thing in universities and colleges with admission-based decisions. But I'm really starting to get the feeling, just based on some tweets and some calls, that this has probably not only been running amok in universities, but in the workplace for 4 or 5 decades as well, which is really ridiculous.
But the other day we were talking about this, so I will just say to you, in my family and friends, and these are fire departments, I will say, here in Philadelphia, Chicago, New York, the line was, if you're a white guy, you must study so hard, you got to get a 98. That was always, I remember my Uncle Don saying that. You know what I mean?
Almost perfect.
You got to have a 98. If you don't have a 98 and you just heard the call, you potentially will get beat out by somebody. I thought the pool was like 79 plus. But see, he said 77.
Yeah.
That they would reach down, so that the pool was like a 30-point. Think about that.
Wow.
And so that's what we're talking about. So what are you doing? You're demeaning everybody, but you're basically lowering the standard. That's really what you're doing.
Yep.
Last night,
so lower quality workers.
Last night, this subject came up on CNN. Representative Jasmine Crockett was on the CNN panel with Scott Jennings.
Fireworks. Here we go.
Where Scott Jennings brought up this DEI situation in the L.A. Fire Department. Jasmine Crockett was having none of it. Roll it.
You might have recall a news story from last year. There was some interest in the fire departments and the firefighters in California, and the interest was that there were too many white men who were firefighters, and we need to have a program in California to make sure we don't have enough white men as firefighters. So we have DEI, we have budget cuts, and yet I'm wondering now, if your house was burning down, how much do you care what color the firefighters are?
You can respond, and then we'll...
Listen, I am so tired. You know what? There was an article that just came out that said that actually the most educated demographic in this country right now is black women. So let me be clear. Because you are a woman, or because I know that some of the right has been sharing these photos of the fact that I believe that the fire chief may be a woman or something, that has nothing to do with it. We are looking at qualifications. What diversity, equity, and inclusion has always been about is saying, you know what? Open this up. Don't just look at the white men. Open it up and recognize that other people can be qualified. And the fact that we want to, at a time when people are dying, decide that a country of immigrants is failing, or people are dying because the same very people that built this country, because the last time I checked, y'all didn't say that anything was wrong with the White House, and I can promise you it was my ancestors that built the White House. So listen, if we have been good enough to build this country, we are good enough to serve and die overseas, we are good enough to serve in other ways. And the fact that people actually decide that they want to engage in public service, whether it's sitting in Congress or whether it's serving on the fire department or the police department, should not be an issue. The fact is, stop trying to act as if only white men are the ones that are capable. Because right now you're sitting at a table with 3 very capable black women.
I'm not.
Here's the thing I'm just going to say to that, and this is an important point, that the firefighters in my family and the cops in my family would tell you this, and that's what Adam Carolla was trying to say, that I, as a woman, I'm good at a whole lot of things, but if I'm supposed to climb a ladder and rescue somebody, and think about this as well, not just the human rescue, but also think about the toll this takes and the insurance costs and the homes that you lose and all of that. It's a physical job, whether it's a firefighter, whether it's in the military, whether it's a law enforcement. There are just some jobs that we hurt all of our whole society when we say, hey, no matter who you are, if you're a lady and you're 4'11", yep, you're equal to a big man who's 6'5". Yeah. You know what I mean? And a powerhouse. That's not equal.
Yeah, and the reality is this. Life changes and reality changes when you go from being a child to becoming an adult. The whole participation trophy, and everybody gets to play an inning. Cold, hard fact of life. Some people get to the mountaintop. Some people achieve all of their dreams and goals. Others do not. That's just life. As my old man and mom would say, life's not fair. Get used to it, because when you're 18, the whole game changes. And the reality is this: when I look at this whole situation, it's actually the dumbest conversation of all time. And I say that somewhat tongue-in-cheek because it's a very important topic. But just award the best people the position regardless of demographics. And I would say this, like, I wouldn't want to be hired if I score an 84 and somebody else got a 92. That person beat me by 8 points. They should get it. Work harder. Work smarter. Spend more time dedicating yourself to your craft. Like this belief that you should be handed something in life is so not like. And I only look at it from my vantage point because that's all I can talk about. I mean, graduating college and being slapped in the face with reality that when I got hired in radio, I was offered $6.50 an hour. Like, I could have bitched and moaned and quit and said, well, I'll just go. I can't afford it. Like, well, you know what? It took 18 years for me to make good money, and that was the choice I made. Like, all these people, like, just pay your dues.
I'll be honest. I can only speak for, like, my family and friends, but this lady is making it about talking about ethnicity.
Yeah.
It's not about ethnicity. It is about gender. I'm just being real here.
Oh, sure.
So I don't think anybody has a problem with the men doing the physical jobs, whether it's military, law enforcement, firefighter, like any of those physical jobs, right? Because the men, have the strength.
But here's the thing:
the women do tend to do better on a written exam. Fine, then put them in a position where it's like managerial, where you're trying to figure out strategy, whatever. But to just say that the women have equal physical strength, that's just stupid.
I mean, if you're a female and you have to take certain physical fitness tests to be a police officer or a firefighter, and I don't know the specifics, but let's say you have to run a mile in under 9 minutes. Let's say you have to be able to bench press your body weight. You have to do 100 push-ups and X, Y, or Z. Well, if you fail in 3 of the 4 physical tests, should we pass you?
They've lowered the bar.
So we should push you through and lower the standards, which endangers the public?
That's what they did. But I'll also say something controversial. They also did it with cops because they lowered they had to lower the height. You know what I mean? Like, it used to be you had to be a certain height.
Right.
So whether you're a man or a woman, they're going to, you know what I mean? They've let in men who are, it could be 5'7" or whatever, because a woman's 5'7". Yeah.
What about the lack of water that is happening right now in Los Angeles to fight said fires? We played earlier in the 6 o'clock hour, in case you've just joined us. First of all, where the hell have you been?
Yeah.
Where have you been?
Second of all, we start at 6 a.m.
That's right.
We
start
at 6 a.m. You have to get here much earlier. By the way, streaming live on YouTube. Get on over to YouTube, because in just a couple minutes, I'm going to play the video of David Muir, who's being called on the carpet for his attire while he's out there broadcasting live from the fires in Los Angeles. But getting back to the water situation, Trump addressed this. Gavin Newsom then said, he's just playing politics. So is there, in fact, a water shortage? This is cut 23. This is the fire captain when asked how many fire hydrants in L.A. are full of water. You want to know what his answer is, guys?
4.
Roll it.
We saw an apartment building engulfed in flames. I saw the fire engine pull up this afternoon. A fire captain have one of his firefighters attach a hose to a hydrant, and that hose didn't fill up, Alex. And I asked the captain, out of every 10 hydrants you attach to today, on average, how many are you getting full water from? He says little to none. And it was at that point that really the whole crew stopped, looked up at this apartment building, and they realized there was nothing they could do except
what? Except what?
Watch it burn.
Oh, no.
Watch it burn. By 6 o'clock yesterday morning, and when we went on the air, and I was reporting that mid-morning is when the winds peaked. We're expected to peak, according to the National Weather Service, to that 100 miles an hour. So by the time we went on the air, 6 a.m., 3 hours prior to that, the 1 million gallon water tanks that supply their hydrants, and that's just in Pacific Palisades, they were dry.
It's unbelievable.
So they started out the day, they didn't have a chance.
Nope, not a chance.
So they just had to watch it burn.
Well, let me ask you guys a question.
Oh, my goodness.
Colonel John brings up a great point. I mean, they're literally on the coast. There's literally a giant body of water right there.
And I believe the Pacific
Ocean.
is the largest body of water on the planet.
Can't we just pump water from that?
Yeah. Well, actually, resident whiz kid Sean Farish, who seems to know all these innocuous things, which I love about him, he said yesterday the issue with it is the saline, the salt.
Yes, I was
and
just going to say that.
apparently, I guess if you store it, it can corrode and rust and ruin some of the firefighter equipment. So I guess you'd have to extract the salt out of it. I guess it's a whole process.
Yeah, but so two things. So two things. First of all, they have the powder that they were doing once the winds died down last night.
Yeah.
So oftentimes if there's not the wind, like we saw this in Jersey fairly recently, they get the chopper and they can do those water dumps and they can dump the water or dump that powder, that pink powder.
Mm-hmm.
The problem was they couldn't utilize the airplanes or choppers because obviously you had like tornado or hurricane force winds, so they couldn't do that. My point yesterday was, why not get big, huge hoses or some kind of tubing?
Big hoses.
Get big old hoses.
Yep.
Literally pump that cold water from the Pacific, use tugboats, Coast Guard, and pump water from the ocean in real time.
Yep.
At least you could wet down the parts that are not on fire yet and stop the spread.
Yeah. Yeah, for 15 days to flatten the curve.
Do you know what I mean?
I love big hose, by the way.
Big hose.
Shout out to all my
a
big hose.
We need men to man those big hoses.
I started off at 6:01 with this. Last night, ABC News anchor David Muir, broadcasting live from the LA fires. He received backlash after he was revealed to be wearing a clothes peg on the back of his firefighter-style jacket to look better during the on-the-ground report. Now, if you guys know what I'm talking about, those yellow firefighter coats, you know what I mean? Like they're big and bulky. They're supposed to be that.
Way, yeah.
They're supposed to be there. They're there for a reason.
Right.
Well, David Muir decided that he needed to look handsome. As he was in this natural disaster, and this disaster that's happening out in California. So he wears you have to go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, where we broadcast live every day, beginning at 6 a.m. all day long. And you can watch along these videos. You can watch these videos along if you're sitting at your computer at work or you're home today doing nothing, pretending to work. You can follow along at home. So he has an ABC News emblem.
Well, at least he's supporting the brand
on his coat, and it almost looks tailored to his buff body.
Mm-hmm.
Called on the carpet for this. You have to watch this video. Roll it.
Good evening tonight from Pacific Palisades here in Southern California as multiple wildfires burn.
Look how
at this
handsome.
hour out of
Look how he's trying to
control
hold his shoulders and
across
arms,
Los
too.
Angeles. A severe drought and fierce Santa Ana winds, some gusting up to 90 and 100 miles per hour.
Hair barely
have made
moves.
For a
Mhm.
deadly and horrific
he looks good.
combination.
A lot of product
turning
in
parts
there.
of Los Angeles County into a hellscape tonight in just a matter of 24 hours. In fact, 5 major fires are now burning at this hour. We are in what's called Palisades Village right here. This is the town center of sorts where there's normally
Are we
shops
sure
and a
he's really
place to
there?
eat.
Is
And
that
as you can see
like
here
a
behind me, it's
photo
been
imposed
completely
back
wiped
there?
away. There are
His
still
hair is- there's a
flames,
pin.
a
Yes,
burning
see the
fuel
clothespin.
fire
See it?
and
Yeah.
smoke
Make it
rising
tight.
from the ash.
I want my
Again,
pecs
this
to
is
really
where the
pop.
community would
Can
be
you-
at a time of day like this.
Can we freeze it on the clothespin?
Yeah, Phil, can you? There it is. Look at that. Look at that.
What a narcissistic asshat.
Buildings here and
Okay,
Look at that.
Really?
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say something.
What a
Generally, he didn't do. Generally, because you have wardrobe people in television.
Well, he probably told him to do it.
No, I doubt he did.
No,
I
Dawn's-
doubt they control your wardrobe. They do. They can completely
get
control
ya,
your
but-
wardrobe. I will give it to him on this. The wardrobe people. He probably didn't even know it was there.
Oh,
no,
I'm
no,
serious.
How dare
He
you.
probably didn't.
No.
Because if you knew it was there and then you turned like that to show it,
No.
because
He has to feel that.
Yeah.
No, like
No.
it's like
No,
it's,
he has-
it's nice and snug on it.
Ah.
no, I mean I think that they just they cinched it and usually they'll have like an actual clip, like much like a clip that you use like for lighting.
Yeah.
It's a metal clip, but this is an actual wooden clothespin, which is hysterical.
You see what George Stephanopoulos and $15 million did to ABC? They can't even get that jerk off a jacket that fits. See what happens?
They got the wooden dollar
This is what
store
happens
clothespin.
when you spew nonsense and you cost your employer $15 million.
I will defend him on this. He probably the wardrobe people. I'm serious. They control your wardrobe. They have all your clothes. You wear something different to work. And so he put on that jacket. They cinched it in the back. I guarantee you he didn't even know it was there.
By the way, did you see the reports and the stories out there? This was, I think, right after Christmas before we came back around the beginning of the new year. Apparently, Stephanopoulos and Weir hate each other's guts.
That's been reported for years.
And now Jonathan Karl is.
Oh yeah, he's got
right.
it for
There's
his
a
job.
feud there.
Yeah. Stephanopoulos is out soon. He's
imagine
100% out.
All these people are taller than him.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And David Mia is so beautiful.
David Weir looks like he should be coming on Days of Our Lives.
100%.
The guy is gorgeous. Let's just,
come on.
He's gorgeous.
Yeah, is he?
He is.
Is he?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
look at him,
bro.
Look at him.
I'm super straight, and I'm telling you that is a handsome guy. That is a handsome guy. But
as Nancy May says, I'm going to hold the line.
I mean, he has beautiful hair, beautiful skin, beautiful. He works out. He probably has like 3 personal trainers.
Yeah.
How if you're gonna be at that, if you're gonna be there, like just first of all, if you're gonna wear that, man, like wear a big oversized one, right, just to look like you belong a little bit.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I get it. You don't want to look like a scrawny, wimpy guy where it's like hanging off of you, like in Big.
But you also don't want to do the opposite, like Tommy Boy, fat guy and a little good.
But I just feel like that is just a bad. That's a
I'm just blown
bad
away
look.
that in 94 mile an hour winds, his hair doesn't move.
Yeah. Well.
And it just lifted slightly. They put him so that the wind is blowing into the hair is blowing the right way.
Yep.
Look, I'll be fair. First of all, he was a nightmare in that I'll never forgive him for the way that he and the other one, I forget her name,
Lindsay.
treated Trump during that horrible debate, that alleged debate that happened here in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
That was just a horrible, biased debate performance.
Total shame.
But on this, I'll defend him and say it's the wardrobe person. They put that there. He didn't know.
By the way, let me ask you this, because you would know as a former television reporter. Now, he is, I guess, do you call him a reporter? Is he an anchor, a host? I mean,
no, he's the anchor. He's
Okay.
the anchor.
Does he have, so they ask him to go out there. Could he reject it, saying, like, no, I'm not, like,
No,
I'm not
you
dealing with
can't.
that? Okay.
No, he's anchoring live from there.
All right.
Now, he's not a reporter. He's not. They're putting his pretty little self out there, but he's not known. Lester Holt earned his chops as a news reporter. That's what I worked with Lester in Chicago back in the day
in
at
the
CBS.
field. In the field.
Yes. So Lester Holt, for example, he started out as a reporter and then moved up as an anchor.
Okay.
David Mia was always beautiful. He was always in front of the camera. It's like the if you remember the movie classic Broadcast News, right? He's that guy who they always knew would be in front of the camera. So he didn't earn his chops as a news reporter.
Wait till Jasmine Crockett gets a load of David Muir.
What about there's all these reports now recently of all of these homes now not having insurance because they live in these high risk areas. There's just a story recently. It's not just California. There's Texas, all these places, Florida, where there's high weather, natural disaster type weather occurrences. People are just like, insurance companies are like, no, if you want to live there, feel free.
Yeah.
But we're not giving you insurance.
I just read about State Farm doing this.
So this is a woman who says her parents' fire insurance got canceled shortly before the fires ripped through Southern California. The woman said she's forced to defend the house herself. They got canceled from their fire insurance. They're 90 years old, and they lived in the house for 75 years. This is the news report courtesy of ABC 7 in California. Roll it.
I know I'm not supposed to be here, but this is my parents' home.
I know the feeling.
And they just they got canceled from their fire insurance. So they're dealing with this. They're 90 years old. And through the state of California, because of this, they're 90 years old, that they've lived in this house for 75 years, and they've had the same insurance, and these insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance. So thank you, California insurance companies, supporting residents who pay taxes and love California. And they wonder why people leave California.
And they wonder why people like Luigi Mangione does what he did, right? Like, I mean, look, you can hate the insurance industry. We've talked about this with the health side of things after the United Healthcare CEO was killed. You can hate State Farm. You can hate fire insurance. I get it. I despise the insurance industry, especially when they do this to good people that were, paying towards a plan that now all of a sudden is no longer active, and then tragedy occurs. I don't know what's the solution. What do you do, right? I mean,
yeah,
I don't know what the answer is.
By the way,
certainly not killing CEOs.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, just to clarify, you weren't saying that. You were saying that was the next thing that you felt like she was gonna say.
But this topic is going to come back up again 100%. Because we've done we did the healthcare. Now we're going to do fire. And
here's the thing about this is that if you are in a highly cautious area. I don't know what else word to use, but if you're in an area where there could be mudslides, there could be wildfires, there could be you would just assume that you are either going to be not insurable or you're gonna it's kind of like
or you're gonna pay a big premium.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Florida, California, whether it's hurricane, earthquake. Tennessee has a lot of, tornadoes.
Yeah. Are the insurance companies really doing anything? Like if I've been in, if I'm driving an old jalopy, that hasn't passed inspection and, you know what I mean? Like it's a danger to the road. Like I'm probably not going to be able to get that car insured or it's going to cost $1 million. So what do you expect if you want to live in these areas? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
It's the risk reward of life.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
For your own safety and for the cost, right? Like that's the other thing. We talk about all this stuff in America. Oh, I hate Trump. I'm moving. I'm going to leave the country. Well, then leave. Nobody's forcing you to live in California or Florida. Well, I don't have the means to relocate. Okay. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's a valid point, but it's a free country. Go to where you want to go. Like you always bust my chops. I talk about my goal is to retire and live in Florida. And you're like, you want to deal with all those hurricanes and storms? I'm like, yeah, I know the risk I'm taking.
But the truth is, I was looking up the numbers, and just within the past less than 2 years, the average homeowner's premiums went up an average of, what was the number, 21%.
Yep.
But think about PICO. Like we in Pennsylvania pay on average 45% more for our energy than the rest of the nation.
Yep.
And if you think about inflation, usually the inflation during Bidenomics and whatnot, it's only reported, year to year.
Yeah.
They don't really look at everything. So everything else has gone up, I don't know, depending on what it is, anywhere from 20 to 40+%.
Yeah.
Homeowners insurance, think about what the insurance companies have to pay for. They have to pay for the lumber, all the supplies, everything is skyrocketed, and the fuel costs too.
Oh, and by the way, too, when we talk about insurances, at the retail level, why are products also more expensive? It costs more to insure. Why is it more to insure? Because of people that are looting and rioting and shoplifting and these absurd policies where you could steal under $2,000 and we won't do anything. Yeah, I mean, theft and loss prevention and insurance for these big retail stores. No wonder why your product went from $3 to $4.87. It all factors in.
It also has to do with their regulations in the state. In California, even Bill Maher, complaining about the regulations.
Oh, it's horrendous.
The builders. But we have this here in Pennsylvania, too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Last year, Allstate and State Farm stopped writing new policies in California. Farmers Insurance placed a cap on how many new policies they'd write in California. Another one, Safeco, dropped at least 1,000 policies in the Bay Area.
Yep.
So those companies are just saying, we're not going to do business in California.
Yep. And then you have fraudsters out there that commit fraud, and
Yep.
that costs the insurance companies, and they pass that cost on to you.
While Joe Biden was in California during a wildfire briefing, he announced the birth of his great-grandchild.
I'm serious. Think about it.
Roll it.
Good news is I'm a great-grandfather as of today.
Yay!
Oh. Who's talking? Where am I?
And then
Gavin.
And then took no questions. There you go.
There he goes. He's a great G-pop now. Baby was born healthy and happy, which is good to hear. But you know what? The reality is, with all due respect, Mr. Biden, nobody gives a damn, right? The second biggest market, I'll just do it that way because I know how markets work. I mean, New York, market 1. L.A. is market number 2. The second biggest market in the country is literally burning to the ground. You think Gavin Newsom was like, man, I should have hit him with a steel chair when I had the chance months ago.
But think about what he's doing. He's doing what any elderly person would say. Oh, my great-grandchild. This is Naomi Biden, the eldest daughter of Hunter Biden.
Will he
giving
acknowledge
birth.
her?
Well,
or
this
will
one
he
he
shut
does.
her out for 4 years?
But he's so out of touch. You know what I'm saying? It just shows you that this is how out of touch our president, he is still. I mean, we have to remind ourselves that he's still the president.
Yeah,
he is. Somebody said, oh, they're going to find a way to blame Trump for this. I said, no, Biden is the president.
Yep.
But Biden just is so out of touch, and in his little bubble, he's not even understanding that city is around him. Even Hunter Biden, the grandfather, his home burned that he's renting. But the president it just shows you he's not aware.
Still 11 days, by the way, for him to step down, resign, and elevate Kamala to president to be the first female of all time.
A reporter asked the LA fire chief if they have enough resources. Are they prepared? Can they fight all these fires? This is what the LA fire chief said. Roll it.
Were you guys prepared enough for this? Did we have enough resources to fight these fires?
No, LA County and all 29 fire departments in our county are not prepared for this type of widespread disaster. There are not enough firefighters in LA County to address 4 separate fires of this magnitude. We're doing the very best we can, but no, we don't have enough fire personnel in LA County between all of the departments to handle this.
Oh, can we, Phil, if you could you freeze the end where the sign language lady, her facial reaction all the way at the end? That's the same reaction LA residents had when they realized they had no water.
It's like, what?
Oh, man.
Elections have consequences. You get what you vote for, and in very high-priced areas, you get taxed to death, and you get nothing in return for it. That is amazing.
You played earlier LA Mayor Karen Bass, where she was asked by the Sky News reporter if it was appropriate for her to be in Ghana or wherever she was, rather than with her constituents. She gave a speech yesterday. This is cut 16, and she was very awkward in this whole thing where she gave out. She's trying to give out a website, and she said, she didn't know what, just fumbling around for things.
Oh, was she reading the teleprompter?
Roll this.
Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL.
URL.
Los Angeles, together is how we will get through this.
Oh, my
Through the
God.
heroism of our firefighters. The
heroicism? I mean, look, I butchered the
She's
English
reading.
one. Yeah. Heroicism? I believe it's heroism.
First of all, her scriptwriter should have put the actual URL in instead of the URL placeholder.
I mean, you thought the Allstate CEO last week had a bad script that he read.
Can you roll that one more time, Phil? I just want to hear that again.
Enter URL.
Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL. Los Angeles, Together is how we will get through this. Through the heroism of our firefighters, the vigilance.
Wow. I just opened up a browser on my laptop. Let me just type in URL and hit enter and see what happens. It just creates a Google default. Okay. Maybe a Google default could be a better mayor than Karen Bass. What does URL mean? You want to get, at least you could, could you throw in an HTTP : / Can I get one of those?
Well, the other piece of this is, where the heck are you going to have a computer?
I
All the
know.
power's off, and plus that they're evacuated. Hundreds of thousands of people are being told leave your house.
1 million people are out or without power.
Right?
And she's talking about URLs.
I would have raised my hand. Madam Mayor, is that URL.gov, .com, .net, .org?
Jeez.
Do I have to do the www as well?
I think they have like a 211 you could call, but at least people have their cell phone, hopefully. But to say a website is, again, it's just simply that she's in a bubble, has no clue. She's reading a statement, doesn't feel their pain.
It is just when you see a politician like that, like politicians, they are a lot of them are very good at speaking, and they're very good at relating to people. Yeah. And when you get one up there that just reads a script and just has no empathy and no,
who does that remind you of, Greg?
Yeah, I know.
Jim Kenney, remember?
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yes.
Soulless,
right?
Empty suit.
That's what Greg was referring
to. I don't know. It's like job 101 is to get out there.
What's worse?
Bite your lip. Feel, I feel your pain. I feel your pain.
What's worse, the scumbag weasel type like Gavin Newsom or the completely incompetent, inept type like Karen Bass?
All of the above.
Yeah,
Good answer.
Yeah, exactly. I want to play one clip that's not this related in 1 second, but first I want to play, this is cut 21. So last night actually, they were, Channel 7, ABC 7 out of Los Angeles was broadcast live of people trying to, literally flee this area, and to see the gridlock, because if you have ever been to Los Angeles, you can't walk in Los Angeles, everybody drives, and the traffic out there is some of the worst in the world, and they have this traffic jam, this gridlock that happened yesterday while everybody's trying to flee. Roll it.
LAPD, about 4 different cars just pulled up about 5 minutes ago to try to alleviate some of this gridlock coming down from the Hollywood Hills and from Runyon Canyon out into La Brea and on Franklin over to Highland, because the issue is right now, as people are evacuating, there's not enough room for all these cars to go. You see it behind me going up the street here. That's why we got a couple police officers really just trying to direct traffic to get them to come down the street. We're standing safely in the street right now because no one is moving. And we turn around here, Will, this is Franklin right now, and you're looking right down La Brea with all the red lights. Those are people trying to get away from the fire as far away as possible. Now, keep in mind, just about 10 minutes ago when we spoke with you, we were physically on Franklin, maybe 4 or 5 blocks in that direction towards Highland. That was jam-packed going that direction as well. Folks here trying to get out really any way they can because of the evacuation. We see over and over again, check out behind me, guys with backpacks, with duffel bags, with suitcases. They're trying to get out of town. Some people, whether they're leaving hotels or leaving an apartment building.
I got to say, I've gone out west a few times. We took a family trip to Hawaii in 2006. We did Vegas when we turned 21 in 2005. I've actually never stepped foot in the state of California. And
Really?
I got to tell you, yeah. And I honestly, other than for a golf trip, because there's some amazing public courses out there, Torrey Pines in San Diego. Believe it or not, Pebble Beach is actually a public course, amazing place visually. Other than that, and I don't even know if I would want to go out there with the costs and the traffic and the airport, LAX. Oh, my God.
Well, JK13 brings up a really good point on the YouTube chat, is that, with all these people without power, think about all the electric cars in Los Angeles, in California.
Good point.
Can you imagine if you're stuck because you have no power and your car is out of juice?
The grid.
Or whatever.
Yeah, well, they had the grid went down 2 summers ago in California, didn't it?
Yes. Yeah, and people were told, "Hey, sorry, you can't charge your electric vehicle.
Yep.
Your SOL.
Yep.
But think about the lack of a plan that they don't remember during the evacuations. I think of Florida and even people from some of those like Sanibel Island and Captiva and that sort of thing. You have to have a plan.
Yep.
You have to say, okay, we're evacuating such and such areas between these hours.
Mm-hmm.
It's your time to go. And so we're going to clear, get you out of here. And by the way, in Florida, during some of those evacuations, remember, they would tell people where there were hotels available or not available.
Yep.
Remember that whole thing?
Yep.
And so they had a game plan and everybody was coordinated. With this, it's like people are panicked and now they're rushing. Now you're creating a really dangerous situation.
Mm-hmm. One more from this. This is, we're wondering, all the lack of firefighters that Los Angeles has. All the officials up there have admitted that they don't have enough firefighters. Well,
wonder why.
Do you guys remember a couple years ago when they literally terminated firefighters for not taking the COVID vaccine?
Yep.
Maybe that has something to do with it.
Probably.
Roll it.
113 LA City firefighters have been suspended without pay for defying the city's vaccine mandate. In November, firefighters who had not submitted their vaccination status or requested an exemption were informed they would face suspension and termination. The policy requires city employees to be vaccinated by December 18th. The fire department says firefighters who continue to resist the mandate will be entered into the process of termination.
113 individuals, all of which were justified and proven right for not having to go through that charade. Not only should they be rehired, if they are willing to come back and work for those individuals, they should be given back pay and given a raise on top of their salary that they used to have, based on not just the cost of living, but because the fact that was for. We saw this in the military. We saw this in police. I mean, it is no wonder why nobody can hit recruiting goals.
Yep.
Of all the branches of military, only one branch has hit a recruiting goal. I mean, my God, I told you the story constantly in Plymouth Meeting in Plymouth Township. They've got digital billboards by the Plymouth Meeting Mall recruiting police officers, running ads.
Yep.
Because they can't get people, and I wonder why.
Well, think about, and this is not just L.A., New York, Houston, Phoenix, Chicago, Philadelphia, all of these cities, and we have it here in Philadelphia. We still need to hire. We're down with firefighters. We need to hire more firefighters. And so COVID took a toll on not just the police force, where we're still down, but also our firefighters.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. All right, that'll do it for round one of the cut sheet. We'll get to part two just under an hour from now. A big 3 on the way, and we're also going to get to the anti-social century. Very fascinating story. And also, speaking of that, a kind of a secondary story on socialization and the lack thereof and the skills that have been eroded over time. We'll get to that as well as we continue. It's Kayal and Company, but first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we're talking about my favorite brand, Honda. That's right, the Honda Prologue. It is Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time. You can cruise the roads worry-free, and it has 3 charging options that you can choose from, including the portable charging kit for when you're on the go, because we're all on the go these days. Wife, kids, dance, you name it. Sorry, that's my life. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. Think about that, $229. It's 2025. You're going to get an SUV for $229 a month. How do you beat that? Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for more details, or shop online anytime at piazzahonda.com.
If your New Year's resolution is to cook more and eat out less, let my friends at whatacrock.com help with their easy-to-cook, nutritious dinners. All you have to do, just drop a meal into your slow cooker in the morning, go about your day, come home to a delicious dinner simmering, just waiting to be served. No chopping, no slicing, searing, or any other kind of prep required. No subscription required either. What a Croc's meals make a great gift for anybody who could use a little help or a lot of help in the kitchen, or maybe just an easy meal. People recovering from surgery, recovering from illness, new parents, college kids, college students, And what about a condolence gift, maybe a sorry for your loss gift? The meals are delivered very quickly. I love that about it, too, so you can do it kind of last minute. And if you want the person, the recipient that you're giving to, maybe you want them to choose their own meals. So you can do that, too. Give the gift of a What a Crock digital gift card. Make sure you use promo code WPHT. You get $10 off your order, whatacrock.com. So if you give that digital gift, and then they'll go to whatacrock.com and they say, ooh, the old-fashioned pot roast, that looks good. Or what about the chicken pot pie stew, the Uptown beef stew? My husband's favorite, definitely the grandma's homemade meatballs. They're yummy. Or the pulled chicken, pulled pork. Or you can choose a What a Crock Classics bundle, so you get a variety. The homemade chilies, whether the vegan, the bean, or the beef, they're all absolutely delicious. I can tell you that. Whatacrock.com, code WPHT, $10 off your order. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. When you apply to University of Maryland Global Campus by February 12th, you'll pay no application fee. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details. You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated. But your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Holy Rosary Regional School in Plymouth meeting Saturday, February 1st with Jim Daly and Tim Conniff. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company as we roll on. 9 o'clock hour, fast approaching. 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show on YouTube, where you see the black 1210 WPHT banner behind me, the white one behind Dawn, and the blue one behind Greg.
Yeah, we all have banners now.
We have very diverse backdrops.
And by the way, they will all be replaced soon by new backdrops. So
yes,
these are just temporary.
Yes,
Them's is temporary.
I've got the old school black one. Dawn's got the white one, and Greg's got the Kayal and Company modernized blue one with a QR code around his tuchus.
It's funny. It's funny because as all these Johnny-come-latelys decide that, hey, you know what we should do? We should stream the radio show on video. I think that's a great idea.
What a novel concept.
As all these Johnny-come-latelys now are doing this because certain shows, certain program directors, certain people paved the way and then other people decided that since all the hard work is done, then maybe it's time that we get into this as well. Since all of that is happening right now, I decided to spruce up the look of the show a little bit since I bring it. everybody now all of a sudden is like, hey, you guys are getting a ton of views over there on YouTube. What are you doing? What
good content?
How does that work? I don't know. We've been doing it for a year and a half.
Good promotion. Stalker begs every day. Pays off.
Sorry. Just a little saucy this morning. Maybe it's the COVID.
Yeah.
It's rewired my brain.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be less cheerful. I'm going to be less cheerful in 2025.
COVID side effect.
I'm going to be more angry.
Pure rage.
Pure rage.
Well, as if I don't have enough rage on the board from you.
Yeah.
We should add some more.
Yeah.
Jimmy Kelly, be on standby.
Yeah, all these, oh, God.
Yeah. I remember years ago, it was like 2019, I was in Nashville, I was doing sports. I was like, hey, what about a video component to the show? What if we just broadcasted it and they looked at me like I had 5 heads?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, what's that going to cost? I don't know.
Yeah.
Do I need to do your job too?
We lean into audio, not video. It's like, okay, well, or we could lean into the future. Or we could do that. Yep. No, but no, it's
good.
Fine.
You good now?
It's good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everything. You flushed everything out.
Everybody watching this morning who knows we're the OGs with this. Everybody watching this morning, please hit the like button and hit the subscribe button.
OGs.
Before other shows start jumping on the bandwagon.
That's all right. We'll beat them as well. It's fine by me. Never get tired of winning. 855-839-1210. We'll get a big 3 from Dawn. We're going to get to this social commentary. Very interesting article written by The Atlantic coming up shortly. But I do want to grab Ray because in 4 seconds he'll have been on hold for an hour.
Yeah, Ray.
God bless Ray from Warminster. Hello,
I have
Ray.
no idea where to start right now, man.
What did you even call about? You don't even remember.
I called about letting people that really aren't qualified for the job have a job and thus hurting society, and it went all over the place. I would like to start off by saying the one thing you didn't say about Joe Biden's great-grandchild that was only a couple of days old is that child is already making $1 million a year being on Burisma's board. Not a joke. That's where I went now. After everything I was going to say, I was holding for that comment now.
Well, it's a new program. It's called Babies for Burisma.
Nothing I can say right now hasn't been covered by you guys already. Fantastic job, by the way. And Greg, your YouTube presence is awesome.
Thank you.
Greg, if you were as bright as that mayor from Los Angeles, you'd be trying to broadcast on MySpace right now.
That's
true. You know what I mean?
Can we stream on MySpace? Will they flag us and censor us?
Ray, you're the one. You want the Kayal Company flag next, right?
Oh, I accidentally hit the.
You're too quick on that.
I agree.
You are
it's a
way
bad
too
job
quick.
out of me. Yeah.
This isn't sports radio, brother. You
you're
don't have to
right.
go through these things like, I don't care.
You're right. But does he want the flag?
I think
Is that
Ray.
where you were going?
I believe Ray in Warminster wants the flag.
All right.
Newman. I think Newman's on the YouTube chat.
Okay.
Newman, come in tomorrow.
Yes.
Come in tomorrow. Let me. I'll text Sergeant Mark Fu unless he's listening.
Yeah, Fusetti's up next, right?
Yeah. So Sergeant Mark Fu will get it for next week. And then I believe Ray in Warminster, who sat on hold for an hour,
And
so you could drop
zip
him
in 19 seconds.
In 90 seconds. I believe he's up after that.
Okay.
Well, you know what? If he's in Bucks County anyway, and we're going to be in Bucks,
he can
Monday
show
the
up.
20th.
There you go. See, look, Don, you're always thinking. Yep. Okay. I got a text. Actually, Kayal, can you text?
Fusetti?
Yeah. Just say, can you show up tomorrow at 9 o'clock?
Yeah. He's been texting me all morning. He loves texting me. He loves the show. Who doesn't?
I love him.
We love you too, Mark.
He's a great guy.
Mark. Good dude. Hey, I mean, bald guy with a beard.
Yeah, I know.
There you go. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. All right, so I want to get to this story from The Atlantic. We'll get to a big 3 from Dawn here in about 7 or 8 minutes. The anti-social century, the bar is closed. And I'll just give you the Cliff Note version of what they wrote because it really kind of encapsulates where I think we are as a society. And it's kind of, it goes against all the things that I kind of like to do as a, I don't know, a social butterfly, I guess. I mean, there's certainly the stretches where I don't want to talk to any human on planet Earth. Usually that's from 10 a.m. until post-nap. But for the most part, I'm a pretty social person. And they write about this story about a small little bar and restaurant in North Carolina. And they say the following. A short drive from my home in North Carolina is a small Mexican restaurant with several tables and 4 stools at a bar facing the kitchen. On a sweltering afternoon last summer, I walked in with my wife and my daughter. The place was empty, but looking closer, I realized that business was booming. The bar was covered with to-go food, 9 large brown bags. As we ate our meal, I watched a half dozen people enter the restaurant without sitting down to eat. Each one pushed open the door, walked to the counter, picked up a bag from the bar, and left. In the delicate choreography between kitchen and customer, not a word was exchanged. Until the pandemic, the bar was bustling and popular with regulars. Quote, "It's just a few seats, but it's a pretty happening place," said Ray Mosher, the restaurant's general manager. "I can't tell you how sad I've been about it," she went on. "I know it hinders communication between customers and staff to go bags, taking up the whole bar. But there's nowhere else for the food to go." She put up a sign, "Bar seating closed." The sign on the bar is a sign of the times for the restaurant business as a whole. In the past few decades, the sector has shifted from tables to takeaway, a process that accelerated through the pandemic and continued even as the health emergency abated. In 2023, 74% of all restaurant traffic came from off-premise customers, that is, from takeout and delivery, up from 61% before COVID, according to the National Restaurant Association. The share of U.S. adults having dinner or drinks with friends or family on any given night has declined by more than 30% in the last 20 years. They go on to say there is an isolationist dynamic that's taking place in the restaurant business. I think people feel uncomfortable in the world today. They've decided that their home is their sanctuary. It's not as easy to get them up and out and to leave their property. I think that's a really sad sign of the times. Mm-hmm. And I get it, going out to eat, prices are through the roof. I mean, my God, it's hard to get out of a diner with a family of 4 on a Saturday morning for breakfast for under $75 or $80. It doesn't help that getting, a mixed drink is $16. I get it. But man, just Tuesday night, my daughters, they had their concert, their chorus thing. Mother-in-law, father-in-law drove down from the Lehigh Valley. Sister-in-law, it was about 8 or 9 of us. And I said, as we wrapped up that godforsaken production of 48 minutes of 9-year-olds playing flutes, that I said, well, why don't we go get like a couple of appetizers and a drink or something somewhere? And we all went. And I love that setting. And I'm one of those people that loves to get out of the house. Like, Stalker, you're the opposite. You never leave your house.
That's not true.
Right?
That's not true. That's been highly. Is
that fake news?
It's been highly exaggerated over the years.
Right.
I do like socializing.
Okay,
I do. Yeah.
And I just love going out and even if it's just over even if it's over a glass of water, get the hell out of your house and do something. But I feel like the pandemic, and it's easy to blame everything on the pandemic, but man, we created this, and it's not a good creation because of all the mental health issues that it creates, because I've always been of the belief, and I think the pandemic proved us right, human beings don't do well in isolation. Yeah, there are some loners out there that really enjoy it, but there's a reason why, in the prison system, they have, the solitary confinement, because it breaks you eventually. But this notion of creating, and I want to point out the quote, I think people feel uncomfortable in the world today. Now, some of that's the pandemic. Some of that is the accessibility of, I can have everything just dropped off on my porch, Amazon it, drone it to me, DoorDash it to me. I never have to get out of my underwear and put clothes on. But there is this uncomfortable element in society today where I feel like the basic communication skills have eroded. Why is it? And I'd love to hear from everybody. If you want to call, you want to text, you want to tweet, whatever you're doing, YouTube us. Do you get the same feeling that I do? Just walking down a hallway, now more than ever, people people don't even know how to make like proper eye contact, or people keep. And now I see a lot of this, and I know I'm going to sound like, the 41-year-old who's going on 81 years old. Like, I'm wearing the plugged-in earbuds right now. I don't wear headphones when I do radio. I use the earbuds. But do we need to have the wireless earbuds in our ears 24/7 that are Bluetoothed and synced up to our phones? Like, it's almost an advertisement of, hey, don't bother me, right? Like, I feel like whether it's like, and I see people that work. Like, when I go to, like, I took my daughters during Christmas break. I took them over to Chipotle. And the people that were working had earbuds in. I'm like,
oh, man.
What the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are those in? If I was your manager, I would like, get those out or you're out of here. You're not taking a call on the clock. What are you listening to?
I don't know if they're taking a call. They're probably listening to a podcast. Maybe they're listening to Kayal Company.
Well, they should be.
Yeah.
Yeah. But do you guys feel like this antisocial culture has been not only creeping into society, but kind of at warp speed?
Yeah, but then by contrast, so all of this is management, and whether that's restaurant management or whether it's parental management, I think that's the issue. And during the pandemic, because, the first, not first responders, but the essential workers were restaurant workers, when they had to go back to work and reopen and have to kind of mitigate all of the, the rules, which were ridiculous. And so I think that then employers became less picky to say, oh, I appreciate you. Please, come to work for me, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I think part of it, I will just say, is training. It's your upbringing, but it's also your training. And so the disruption of COVID, the pandemic, with parenting, with schooling, all of that, we've been through a period of great disruption, and now we know that for our young people, there was no reason for it because kids don't.
Oh yeah,
the vast majority of children, if they get COVID, then they get the immunity naturally. They were the ones, unless they have compromised immunity, never needed the mandatory vaccine or non-mandatory vaccine for as far as COVID goes. And so all of this, when you look at all of it, it's just a cluster, what.
Yeah.
And what we've done with our society is we need to push the reset button. Managers, no matter who you are, get everybody back to work. Number one, no more remote. There was just a company in the news this morning, and now I'm blanking on which one it was. It's not Comcast. It's another one where they've said, nope, everybody's got to get back to work.
Good.
There are many companies that are still doing a hybrid model.
Yes.
No, everybody needs to get back to work. It'll be good for society. It'll be good for restaurants, all the businesses. But at the same time, Nick Kayal, these restaurant managers who make a lot of most of them make a lot of money, they need to train in properly their employees. And I look no further to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Look at how they train their people. What do they say? They have eye contact. They're trained. And they get in trouble if they don't.
They're very sharp. They're very much on point. It's one of the most well-run businesses.
So true.
Out there today. Lines out the wazoo, the cars backed all the way up. But I also feel like it's this on-demand world of I'm just going to get what I want when I want. Like, why sit at a restaurant or pull up a stool at a bar when I can grab the food? And by the way, probably some of the battles, you don't even have to leave your house to go get the food. You can DoorDash it to you. And I'm just going to binge watch 8 episodes of this on Netflix. And look, I mean, I get it. I have Netflix, I have Peacock, and I watch certain things. But, man, if I get the chance to go out and just, chop it up with my buddies or family members,
better.
I'm going.
And, to go back to the Chipotle thing, you were talking about with the kids with the earbuds in.
Yeah.
There's such a life lesson in being able to talk to people and communicate with people and just being pleasant. And a lot of kids don't have that because they weren't raised. I say this all the time, and I'm really going to date myself too, but I developed my personality that I have that I think has served me well in my life by, calling girls on the phone and having to talk to their fathers and having to, ask them out on dates, on the phone. And there's something as stupid as that sounds, there's something really I need to just text and say, hey, you want to hook up? Hey, you want to do this? Hey, let's, I had to actually physically call them.
Well, it's funny you say that because there's a story that you sent last night from Outkick where a UK college is teaching students how to talk on the phone.
That basic skill of communicating with other humans, because how do we communicate now? Through social media, through texting. We don't communicate by talking to one another anymore. And that spills over into the fast food experience where you're like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Okay. Like I remember working at Kmart and like working the lines, the registers, and I didn't last super long there because I was 6'2" and like you can go load trucks because you're a big guy.
Yeah.
So but like you had to say, hey, how's your day? And like a whole thing about it. Like there was a whole protocol you had to go through to make people's experience nice.
Yeah.
And they don't teach that anymore.
Yeah, you're right. Nottingham College, according to BBC, is offering training sessions designed to help pupils gain some confidence when yapping into old man Alexander Graham Bell's telephone machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell my son all the time, like he was, he went through a phase last year where he was scared of Santa Claus, and he didn't want to go up and sit on his lap and ask for the toys or whatever. He was scared, and I said to him this year because he was still kind of hesitant. I said to him this year, I said, if you want these toys, you got to make the ask. Santa's not just gonna you can't text him. Writing letters is fine, but you have to say, Santa, this is what I want.
Yep.
And he did it. And I think there's something to going up, making the ask, not just assuming, not just texting, not just this. I know it's stupid. I know it's a stupid thing, but I really think that there's a valuable life lesson in going up to people and physically asking for something or physically looking them in the eye and saying, Santa, this is what I want.
Yep, I agree. And we just live in this society where it's easier to just have that phone in your hand and scroll and swipe. And by the way, too, if that's how you're going to act and operate when you're out in public at a restaurant, you might as well just stay the hell home anyway, right?
Exactly.
I couldn't tell you how many times I was looking Tuesday night. There's like 9 of us, and 6 of us have a phone in our hand. I'm like, no, let's put the phones down. Let's give our hands a break.
Yeah.
Right?
And part of this is with schools that they're realizing that this is a problem with learning. It's a problem with emotional and mental health. And so the phones are a big problem. Many of the schools now are going away from the phone use, whatever that looks like. But I think that's a good thing as far as,
it's a double-edged sword, right? Like the smartphone has become the most important thing in our lives. It's our computer. It's where we keep, if you have Apple Pay, I mean, you use it to check out at stores. But it has also been, I think, one of the biggest single devices that has totally set back civilization from the standpoint of just eye contact, handshakes, phone calls, the basic things that, unless you have some sort of cognitive or mental or social issue, most of us have probably figured out by the time we entered adulthood. 855-839-1210. We'll continue. We'll get to the Morning Mystery Movie clip coming up. Let's get to Dawn Stenson.
Well, actually, why don't we? Yeah. We should probably do this after the break. I'm sorry about
That's
that.
all right. Big 3.
I gave you false. Hang on a second here. I'm all set up for the big 3, and I
give yourself a meeting. Have a meeting with yourself.
Give himself a spanking.
Give yourself a spanking.
I'm going to need to have a meeting with myself. Yeah, I'm going to have a meeting with myself. Okay, we can go now.
Big 3 with Dawn coming up next. Stay right there.
You know you've been testing fade, ignoring those home repairs. Start 2025 off right and call PJ Fitzpatrick to the rescue. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars on costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them on the web at trustpj.com. They'll save you some cash and they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there's no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guided Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, 40% off every expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you'll get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. The offer is for a limited time only, so act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's a new year, so how about a new smile? The smile of your dreams, a smile you deserve. That's why you need my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Nothing makes you look and feel better than having that $1 million smile without spending $1 million on it. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations. It's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you are on the fence about getting that dental procedure, or you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. Reach out to Dr. Mike today. I promise you will not be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Schedule your free implant consultation today for that perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
For some jobs around the house, it's okay to do it yourself. For others, not so much. Like your water heater. Replacing a water heater should only be done by a plumbing professional who can provide a safe installation for you and your family. For a long-lasting, reliable water heater, ask your pro about Bradford White. How you heat your water matters, and Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best for years of dependable service. To learn more and find an installation pro near you, visit bradfordwhite.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you could even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. And let's cook up something extraordinary.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.22. It is Kayal and Company rolling on here live on a Thursday morning. We'll have a big Friday show tomorrow. Sean Ferris will join us coming up from Tennessee at 8:30. Tennessee bracing for maybe a half foot of snow. So all the bread is gone. Grocery stores have been completely cleaned out. Schools will be shut down for 17 days, over 5 inches of snow. They can't handle the snow down there. They get a dusting. Kids are out for 72 hours. I've lived it. 855-839-1210. We'll get to the cut sheet part due, as well as what occurred today in music history and what's on tap for the Dawn Show, as well as our morning mystery movie clip before we get out of here. But before all of that, let's get caught up in the world of news and other stories that are out there. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9:22.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Yes, Big 3 at 9 this Thursday, January the 9th. We've warmed up to 22 degrees, by the way.
Wow. I was starting to sweat a little
I
bit.
know.
Yeah.
It's like, so let's get to it because we have underway. I know we've been talking about the fires a lot, but in D.C., the schedule for the final day of the official rites honoring former President Jimmy Carter, 39th president, who died December 29th. So just within the past 20 minutes, Carter's casket had departed the U.S. Capitol, the funeral motorcade traveling to Washington National Cathedral, and then the motorcade is scheduled to arrive at the National Cathedral in about 7 minutes, and then at 10 o'clock, the official Washington funeral begins. The expected speakers, Steve Ford, we have former President Gerald, who's reading the remarks written by his dad, former President Gerald Ford, before, obviously, his dad died.
Mm-hmm.
Ted Mondale reading remarks from his father, former Veep Walter Mondale, before his death, and then former Carter advisor Stu Eisenstadt. So, and one of Jimmy Carter's sons also, and President Joe Biden will deliver the eulogy.
I'm sure that'll come off very smooth.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would have Joe Biden eulogizing anybody at this point in his life, but that's just me.
So it starts at 10 o'clock, the official funeral beginning in the cathedral there. By 11:15, it's done. Former President Carter's remains, as well as his family, they depart the cathedral, head for Joint Base Andrews, and then there is an invitation-only funeral scheduled for this afternoon, about 3:45 p.m., and that is at his home church there in Plains, Georgia, at Maranatha Baptist Church. So originally, what was going to happen was at 11:15-ish, President Joe Biden was scheduled to head for Italy. That's all canceled. That whole trip to Italy is canceled.
Wow, you should have booked conservativetours.com.
I know, right? He's going to have to. So no Italy because of the wildfires raging in Los Angeles.
No.
That's the what they're saying right now.
We heard that Hunter Biden's home was destroyed.
Yes.
I'm seeing reports that Hunter Biden was paying $15,800 a month.
For rent. That's
Wow.
rent.
Yeah. 15 G's a month.
Wow. Well, luckily he's a very skilled
Charisma
Painter.
manager.
Yeah.
So President Biden was scheduled to separately meet with Pope Francis, the Italian president, and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who we've talked a lot about. She's the conservative, as there's that conservative wave that's going through Europe and I guess Canada now. It was supposed to be a 4-day trip. That is canceled. So Biden stays here.
Okay.
No Rome, no Italy, none of that.
Okay.
So because it's this National Day of Mourning, as I've said earlier, we have most of or all of your federal employees have the day off, and federal offices, all of that shut down.
Well, federal offices, as we've experienced and learned, are not being occupied anyway, despite all the rent that they're paying for them. So it's actually business as usual if you think about it.
Well, locally there was a cute little story. I was looking for something just a little offbeat.
Yeah.
So I think a while back we had talked about this issue of, because wild turkeys, not the booze, but an actual wild turkey, they're protected. They're like a protected bird.
Mm-hmm.
And so what do you do? We've heard about wild turkey attacks, especially in South Jersey. So what do you do? Well, in this one South Jersey town, Deptford, they decided that because this one turkey, who they've named in the whole 9 yards, he crossed the road. It's like a bad joke. What did the chicken do?
So we have a rogue turkey.
A rogue turkey.
Now, is this a MAGA extremist turkey? Is he mostly peaceful, or she? I need further details.
The deal is that they because it's a protected animal, they had to put one of those caution signs, like for a school zone or a pedestrian.
Mm-hmm.
But the caution sign actually has a picture of a turkey, and it's like the bright yellow caution sign with the red like triangle, and then it says, "Caution, you have to stop for the turkey crossing." I'm not making this up. And somebody should take like Governor Phil Murphy's face and put it over the turkey. That'd be kind of funny. But seriously, you have to stop. You have to stop for the turkey. It's like the law.
I tell you
It's
what,
the law.
It's
the
law.
law. You stop for the turkey. So they named him Tom.
Tom the turkey.
Yep, it's an official turkey crossing. I don't know. I just thought it was kind of a cute story.
I would shoot that sucker and have Thanksgiving for years to come.
No, it's like it's a protected bird, Nick Kayal.
I'm getting excited for Thanksgiving again. I'm ready for turkey. I've been saying on this show we need to have turkey more than once a year. And when cooked right, it's delicious.
Well, I'm excited for the warmer weather. So this is our last day of this Arctic blast, allegedly. So it's going to feel like a heat wave as we think about tomorrow, because finally we will tomorrow and through the weekend, even though we're getting a spattering of like maybe an inch of snow Friday overnight into Saturday. But the bottom line here is tomorrow, 37 degrees for the high with sunny skies. Saturday, 36. And for the Eagles on Sunday, 40 degrees.
Eagles!
We finally break the 40-degree mark.
All right.
4:30. It won't be 40 at 4:30 in the afternoon, but Eagles.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think the Eagles might break the 40-point mark on Sunday.
Yay.
I think we're going to see a lot of points.
So that's Kayal and Company, Big Three.
All right. Thank you very much, Dawn. 855-839-1210. Let me actually just, because I zipped him too quickly, and that was my fault.
You did, yeah.
And he's been on hold again for 25 more minutes, and he says, "I want my damn flag." Ray in Warminster. Hello, Ray. I'm sorry. The time is yours.
Do you know what you did to me this morning?
The violation.
You Christmas story Santa Claus me. Remember that scene when Ralphie's climbing up the slide to say, "I want a Red Ryder BB gun"? And he goes, "You shoot your eye out, kid," and clacks him in the chest with his foot, and he slides down the slide. That's what you did to me, man.
Bad job out of me.
It's unbelievable.
Yep.
I'm hurt, but I want my flag, man. Thank you, by the way, for even saying that. I would love to have a flag for you guys.
Here's what we'll do, Ray. Are you able to come to the Newtown Athletic Club on Martin Luther King Day, or Inauguration Day, January 20th? If you are...
Wait, it's Trump's Inauguration Day.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I said.
Yeah, what is
Inauguration Day?
I will absolutely do my best. I'm going to be on. I will absolutely do my best. If I can't, I can't. But
because
you'll know it's me because the really good-looking guy that shows up, I'll be the ugly one next to that.
So you'll be standing next to David Muir.
Yeah.
We will make sure that you can you get the flag after Sergeant Mark Foog goes, and if you can come to the inauguration party that we're having at the Newtown Athletic Club next Monday, we will do the handoff there.
I'm going to do my very best, and I appreciate you guys very much.
You got it. All right. Can I hang up on him? I don't want to. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm hit the drop button. There we go. There he is.
Thanks,
Ray
Ray.
Warminster, joining us here again. All right. Let's find out what Stalker has left over. It is what's on the cut sheet, part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
I wanted to play this. I just find this. So I know while I was off, I'm sure you guys talked about the Trudeau resigning. Who is set to take over Canada?
Short term or after the election that they have?
The populace vying to lead Canada.
Yep.
And end a decade of liberalism is a guy by the name of Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah, something like that.
He rode a wave of discontent with COVID-19 policies, putting him on the cusp of becoming the next Prime Minister of Canada. I think they're going to have their elections or whatever. I think they have to have them by October.
Yeah, by the fall.
So who is this gentleman? So I just wanted to play this. I'm sure, I don't remember because, God, I pulled 30 cuts a day. So I don't remember if we've played this on the cut sheet or not. But just for those of you who are not, because I'm sure, people listening right now at 9:32 in the morning are not well-versed in Canadian politics. Why should you be?
Right.
This video that Pierre Poilievre had with a local reporter there in Canada, it is so amazing. He's sitting. It's old. I'm sure you've seen it, but it's worth playing again.
Okay.
He's sitting here eating an apple, and the guy is just asking him absurd questions, and he just keeps. He has an answer for everything this guy said, and the reporter has no answers.
Okay.
It's an amazing piece. So who is set to take over Canada? It's probably going to be this guy.
Okay.
Roll it.
On the topic, I mean, in terms of your sort of strategy currently, you're obviously taking the populist pathway.
What does that mean?
Well, appealing to people's more emotional levels, I would guess. I mean, certainly you tap very strong ideological language quite frequently.
Like what?
Left wing, this and that, right wing. I mean, it's that type of ideological spectrum.
I never really talk about left or right.
Anyways, I
don't really believe in that.
Okay, a lot of people would say that you're simply taking a page out of the Donald Trump book.
Like which people would say that?
Well, I'm sure a great many Canadians, but
like who?
I don't know who, but
well, you're the one who asked the question, so you must know somebody.
Okay, I'm sure there's some out there, but anyways, the point of this question is, I mean, why should Canadians trust you with their vote, given
land the plane, Skip?
Not just the sort of ideological inclination in terms of taking the page out of Donald Trump's book, but
what are you
also
talking about? What page? What page? Can you give me the page? Give me the page. You keep saying
in terms of turning things quite dramatically in terms of Trudeau and the left wing and all of this. I mean, you make quite a it's quite a play that you make on it. So I'm
not
just
sure.
wondering.
I don't know what your question is.
Then forget that. Why should Canadians trust you with their vote?
Common sense.
Boom.
Okay.
Common sense for a change. We're going to make common sense common in this country. We don't have any common sense in the current government. You know, the guy prints $600 billion, grows our money supply by 32% in 3 years. That's growing the money 8 times faster than the economy. No wonder we have the worst inflation in 4 decades. I'm going to cap spending, cut waste, so that we can balance the budget and bring down inflation and interest rates. You'll want to be able to pay your mortgage again? You want to be able to afford rent? Then you have to vote for Pierre Poilievre, because I am the only one with a common sense plan that will bring back the buying power of your paycheck.
Yeah, make Canada whatever it used to be again, right?
Man.
I like that guy. By the way, Polymarket gives him a 92% chance to win the election. I mean, you can sit there and say it's whatever, it's common sense, it's populism. It's becoming the trend. We see these shifts, right? Super left, then back towards the middle, and then towards the right. That's where we're at right now. I love it. And by the way, was that a Red Delicious? Was that that wasn't a Granny Smith, it was red. Was that a Macintosh apple?
Yeah.
We're going to have to go. Was that the Honeycrisp apple?
Honeycrisp.
Definitely Honeycrisp.
Which is the Rolls Royce of apples.
Favorite.
The absolute best. There's honestly, there's no other apple. Like the Red Delicious are just
trash. I've never liked that. Those are the ones you always saw like in the TV shows on the teacher's desk.
Yep. Yeah. Nobody eats them. They sit there in your fruit bowl and they rot away.
I agree.
Yeah. Honeycrisp, the only true apple.
I do like a Granny Smith though.
Yeah.
I love a nice little tart Granny Smith
on occasion.
Yeah.
Blinken weighed in on Greenland on Trump's. Actually, let's break and then let's play this on the other side.
Yeah.
What
we could just skip Blinken altogether.
Or what does he think of Trump? Trump saying he wants Greenland.
Greenland. All right, we'll do that coming up, and then it'll be time to hear from Phil Almquist what occurred today in music history and what's on tap for the Dawn Show in under 25 minutes. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Piazza Dawn.
We got to talk about my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage as a service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the Big Screen Blitz. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get an 85-inch Samsung Smart TV, valued at $1,100. Drawings every Saturday, now through January 25th. Score big during the Big Screen Blitz. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station. Attention small business owners needing financing. Swish Funding is providing funds for expansion, inventory, increased overhead, even slow cash flow to small businesses all over America with affordable funding as soon as one business day. And we're ready to help with funding from $10,000 to $2 million. If you've been in business for 1 year or more with a monthly income of at least $25,000, you can get the affordable funding you need with no collateral. Go to swishfunding.com today. That's swishfunding.com. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Join us for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event to witness documentation and learn how you can earn double-digit interest returns like many of our Crash Proof clients with none of the pitfalls of investing on the market.
Roseanne Fitzgerald, Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. With Crash Proof, we earn 20% interest, which is credited. What we've earned can never be taken away.
Marilyn Becker's, Malvern, Pennsylvania. The 13% and 20% returns we received this year gets added to the principal. There's no fees, and you can sleep at night. You can't get that on Wall Street.
Paul Wirtz. I'm from Philadelphia. I earned 24% this year. No matter what happens in the future this year or next year, I know that my principal is protected, my retirement is secure.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn, January 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
California Psychics is the real deal. They helped me out, totally changed my attitude, totally got me psyched to start my business and to take a new path in my life.
At California Psychics, we only connect our customers with the best. We reject 98% of the psychics who apply to us, so we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well,
Kayal and Company, 9:45. Today in music history, just moments away. The Dawn Show in under 15 minutes. And still ahead also, our morning mystery movie clip for another chance to score a pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show. But if it's not the fires on the West Coast, it's Greenland. Greenland is all the rage. And apparently, Anthony... Remember, no H, folks.
No H.
Antony. Blinken apparently has some thoughts on Greenland, right?
On Trump's push to expand the U.S. influence overseas by taking Greenland. This is what Anthony Blinken said.
The idea expressed about Greenland is obviously not a good one, but maybe more important, it's obviously one that's not going to happen. So we probably shouldn't waste a lot of time talking about it.
There you go.
Yeah, you're right. Well, we'll talk about threats to democracy. We'll talk about January 6th. The Economist says an American purchase of Greenland could be the deal of the century. They say America has a history of taking a commercial approach to international relations. Purchases are rarely made without controversy. And oh, by the way, keep an eye on what Russia's keeping an eye on, as BBC is reporting that Russia keeping a close eye on Trump's claim to Greenland. So good. Let Russia have to stay on their toes, so to speak.
And China, too.
And China, too. That's right.
Elizabeth Warren weighed in on it. She thinks that this is just a distraction, the Greenland-Panama Canal talk, from Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, and RFK Jr.
Of course.
Roll it. Right.
President-elect Trump was asked if he could assure the world that he wouldn't use military or force or economic coercion to assume control of Greenland or the Panama Canal. This is what he had to say.
I can't assure you, you're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this, we need them for economic security.
Your response, Senator.
So I'm going to do this one at two levels. The first one is the United States respects international law. We respect the boundaries of other countries. We expect other countries to respect our boundaries. Vladimir Putin with Russia did not do that and invaded Ukraine. And we have pushed back hard against that. That is world order. That's international law. But I want to make a second point, and that is, why is Donald Trump doing this? And I think the answer is, let's have a big distraction and several more questions so we don't spend more time on Pete Hegseth, the nominee to be the head of the Department of Defense. So we don't spend more time on Tulsi Gabbard, who has been in the pocket of Putin and is not someone who should be trusted without secrets, so that we don't spend more time on Robert Kennedy's views on vaccines. In other words, we have a job in front of us right now, and that is advise and consent on the nominees who are there to run our government. Donald Trump would love it if we spend no time talking about them and all of our time talking about this idea and something else.
Well, to be fair to me, I did start with a question about Pete Hegseth. Let me ask you.
There he is, fake strapper, facing a defamation suit from CNN. Another story that we were unable to get to today. But did Liz Warren actually say we expect others to respect our boundaries? Because I don't think anybody respects our southern border, and that's a boundary, isn't it?
Well, she's a career politician. Of course, she's going to think of politics and she doesn't understand somebody who thinks about solutions and actually solving problems and serving people.
I haven't heard Pete Hegseth's name mentioned in 17 days.
Yeah.
What the hell is she talking about? You talk about distractions.
Yep.
They want to talk about Greenland and Trump, so we don't talk about the second biggest city in the country burning down to a crisp.
And before that, some terror attacks.
And some,
people dying, people burning.
Yeah, we're off to a hell of a start 9 days into a new year.
No, but think about what she thinks. This is what she thinks about. And that just shows you, again, she's so out of touch with actually how much, like Greg said earlier, I feel your pain.
Yep. 99% of that party is completely out of touch. John Fetterman looks like a Rhodes Scholar these days. All right, morning mystery movie clip time.
Why is this not playing?
Oh, no, it's frozen. Well,
No,
it is 19 degrees out, so it could literally
hang
be
on.
frozen.
It's 9:50.
I know.
9:50.
Oh, wait, because, I see why.
What?
Because somebody
What did
decided
you do?
to. There we go.
And now, the morning
Stop
mystery
messing
movie
with my
clip on
controls!
Kayal Company,
Yes.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Put the button down.
Hey, morning, Dad. It's your number one son, Mitch.
Hey, Mitch.
It's after 1 in the afternoon. It's not morning. Right. Afternoon, then. So what do you want? What? No, nothing. I mean, what would I want? Well, I don't know. Your wife's already gone through all your mother's jewelry. No, Dad, I'm just calling to see how you're doing. Just, anything new with the old neighborhood?
It's a great movie.
Think you know what it is?
Great movie.
Be call it
Came out
12
today,
at
by the way.
855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And today in movie history as well. Thank you very much, Phil Almquist. So today's prize, once again, another pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show coming up at the PA Convention Center January 11th, which is Saturday through the 20th. Be caller 12, 855-839-1210. Best of luck. If you can identify those movie clips we just played for you, you'll get a pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show. All right, let's get to another riveting installment of Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
Today, January 9th, we celebrate the birthdays of Dave Matthews, who's 58, David Johansen from the New York Dolls, who's 75, Joan Baez, who's 84, Phil Lewis from LA Guns, who's 68, and Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin, who's now 81. Heavenly birthday shouts to Steve Harwell from Smash Mouth. Signal Coup Twisting the Night Away by Sam Cooke in 62. See You on the Other Side by Ozzy in 96. Guitar Man by Elvis in 68. Cumbersome by Seven Mary 3 in 96. And In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins in 1981. Album that include More the Monkees by the Monkees in 67. A Show of Hands by Rush in 89. Victor by Alex Lifeson in 96. Into the Labyrinth by Saxon in 2009, and 1984 by Van Halen, of course, in 1984. Also in 2014, Rolling Stone magazine published their top 10 greatest double albums. At the top of that list was the White Album by the Beatles. In 2016, stars paid their respect for Lemmy from Motorhead at his funeral. In 88, Whitney Houston was atop the singles chart with So Emotional. In 76, Queen was atop the UK chart with Bohemian Rhapsody. In 2012, Jack White appeared on the show American Pickers. And in 2007, John Mayer joined Steve Jobs on stage at the Macworld Expo to introduce the iPhone. But lastly, in 63, Charlie Watts joined the Stones after leaving Blues Incorporated and his job working as a graphic designer. To drummer for the Rolling Stones. That's pretty good. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Always good with Phil Almquist. How about that? The iPhone.
Yep.
As we've established, if you're an Android user, you're a communist.
That's right. And all you guys are cultists.
Yep,
So.
and you ruin group texts.
You do.
All right, Chris in Havertown is our morning mystery movie clip winner. Chris, what movie did we just play for you?
Hey, Nick, that was Gran Torino.
That is correct, sir.
Great movie.
Congratulations. Philly Auto Show tickets, pair, coming up January 11th through the 20th. They are yours.
That sounds great, Nick. Thanks a lot.
All right, Chris, there he is. Chris in Havertown. And now we go to Dawn Stensland to find out what is on tap 6 minutes from now.
There is so much breaking with what's happening with Jimmy Carter, former President Carter's, his funeral. Trump is there. Biden is there for the eulogy. So all of that is happening in 6 minutes. We also have an update from L.A., the wildfires. We have great interviews talking about DEI, when DEI can do some good. We've talked a lot about how DEI has caused a wreck for some of our city services here and on the West Coast. So we'll take a look at that as well. Some great interviews, breaking news. Stay right there. Buckle in. It's a busy day.
Looking forward to it. Dawn coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. She'll lead you into Dom and then into Rich. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. Don't forget Penn State Notre Dame tonight. At 7 o'clock coverage starts?
Right here.
Right here on 1210.
The home of Penn State. Don't let any other.
The home of Penn State.
Let's make predictions really quick. I'm going to take the Irish to win and cover. It's only a point spread, so it's basically
blasphemy.
a pick 'em. I'll take Notre Dame.
I'm also taking Notre Dame.
Okay. Stensland, you're on Penn State.
Penn State.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame?
Wow.
Okay.
Penn State.
So Dawn will be the only winner. All right. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
Did you know this is the busiest season for plumbers? All the parties, tons of people eating at one house. That's when garbage disposals get treated like wood choppers and pipes get backed up like the airport at Thanksgiving. Blah. But don't worry. Horizon Services has the experts in same-day service to handle it all. Clogs, leaks, busted pipes. And right now you'll get $50 off any plumbing repair. Horizon will also give you up to $400 off any water heater installation. I mean, if you like hot showers. Book today at horizonservices.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354